Such a quiet room. Good morning, everyone. You know, it's a serious and important conference, right? Well, great to see you. For those of you who are joining us in person, also thanks to all of you who are joining us virtually this morning. Welcome to our public workshop on enhancing adoption of innovative clinical trial approaches, which is being convened through a cooperative agreement between the FDA and the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Institute, and I'm very pleased to have such a strong combination of participants, speakers, others who are going to be active in today's meeting on such an important and timely set of topics. As you all know, clinical trials are foundational to evidence generation to meet regulatory standards and ensure that approved drugs, medical products that have demonstrated safety and effectiveness for their intended use. With the rising costs and extended time of conducting clinical trials, that has led to consequences for drug development and impact on patient outcomes. But at the same time, the landscape of drug development and clinical trials is rapidly evolving, driven by breakthroughs throughout the development process in understanding disease biology, in advancements in drug discovery and identifying druggable targets, and in the emergence of novel therapeutic platforms and ways of advancing these kinds of scientific breakthroughs in the evidence development process. New technological advancements have opened up possibilities in clinical trial design, conduct, and analysis. Approaches such as point-of-care trials, decentralized trials, trials that are based on validated surrogate markers or biomarkers are becoming more widespread, driven by the intent to broaden participation and increase the potential for evidence development. In all of this process, centering patient experience in clinical trials has enabled and been enabled by the use of digital health technologies, data analytics, and remote assessment capabilities. So putting it all together, a lot of new methodologies and innovations that are enhancing the ability to learn throughout the life cycle of a medical product, including through real-world clinical trials, even after products have been on the market. So there have been significant strides in all of these aspects of informing and modernizing and transforming clinical trials, but as you all know, we still have a lot of work to do to take all of these ideas and opportunities for clinical trial advancement to get to more routine implementation and adoption systematically of clinical trial approaches that fulfill this potential. Reflecting all of this, FDA has established a diverse portfolio of activities to help advance innovation in clinical trials, with public workshops like this one, with working groups, with training programs, with ongoing public-private partnerships. This is inclusive but not limited to programs focused on complex innovative trial design, model-informed drug development, patient-focused drug development, rare disease endpoint advancement, and drug development tool qualification. Recently issued guidances pertaining to decentralized clinical trials, to digital health technologies, covariate adjustment, methods to increase diversity of clinical trial participation, and other topics have also helped clarify a path forward and expectations for what modernized clinical trial implementation could look like. Over the next few days, we want to take stock of all of this, but especially look to ways on building on the progress and the opportunities that exist today. We'll hear from stakeholders covering many aspects of clinical trial design, conduct, and analysis. They'll share key insights and examples of successful innovations in clinical trials with an eye toward wider adoption of successful models to make these more the norm rather than pilot programs or good ideas being implemented in different parts of the clinical development ecosystem. Presenters and panelists throughout the workshop will include representatives from industry sponsors, clinical research organizations, and additional third-party providers, patient groups, academics, regulators, people involved in real-world care delivery, as well as a range of FDA participants. And we really appreciate the collaboration that we've had with FDA in bringing this two-day event together. Leading up to this workshop, we heard a lot of recommendations about improving the future of clinical trials. We've gathered these through various types of input from stakeholders who have helped bring this meeting together, and that includes a public docket established by the FDA. Building on this initial insightful feedback, this public hybrid workshop aims to better understand shared opportunities for communication and cooperation to enhance the development and adoption of innovative approaches in clinical trials, with the goal of more timely and reliable evidence generation for all populations on drug safety and effectiveness. And I want to emphasize this point. FDA is particularly interested in hearing about methods, designs, operations, and other advancements to generate regulatory-grade evidence that can enhance clinical development programs at all stages, from early-stage drug development for new products to those post-market opportunities to develop better evidence as well. The agency is focused on promising and best practices that can accelerate the implementation of these advancements beyond individual use cases or particular instances to a more systematic approach. And the agency really wants feedback from all of you who are participating in this meeting. It's important to note that that docket I mentioned a few moments ago will remain open for feedback through April 19th, so there's time to think about what is being discussed today, reflect on that, and send in some further insights based on what you hear about over the next 2 days. And all of us welcome and encourage these submissions to ensure that diverse perspectives continue to shape the future of clinical trials. Now, just a few more items before we get started. I have a few slides, I think, to put up, and I'm not sure if we're, okay, there we go. And if you guys can advance, we can go on to the, I think it's a statement of independence that's coming up next, or maybe I can do this. Yes. So before we go into meeting content, just a short note about our commitment at Duke-Margolis to academic independence, avoiding taking partisan positions. The Duke-Margolis Institute is part of Duke University, and we do honor this tradition of academic independence on behalf of our faculty and scholars. I want to disclose that I'm a board member at Alignment Healthcare, Cigna, Johnson & Johnson, and Prognomic, and also take advisory fees from Arsenal Healthcare, Blackstone Life Sciences. And I'd like to remind all of our speakers and panelists to include any relevant disclosures or potential conflicts of interest in their remarks. Duke-Margolis is convening this workshop under a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, as I mentioned before. The conversation today, while supported by a cooperative agreement with the FDA, is not a federal advisory committee. We will not be voting, will not be seeking to reach consensus. This meeting will be a success if good ideas get brought forth for advancing the opportunities to transform clinical trials. Now, I think the next slide reviews the panel discussions and presentations that are coming up. We have a very full agenda. So here on this first day, we're going to focus on topical areas of clinical trial innovation, kicking off with a fireside chat with FDA's Director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CDER, Patrizia Cavazzoni, to share the workshop objectives and how FDA has been working to encourage adoption of clinical trial innovation, and how we hope that this meeting can help accelerate that process. We'll then move into our first session on how clinical trials have evolved to meet growing needs in healthcare. This will provide an overview of some of the dynamics that are taking place in the clinical trial enterprise today and help ground our discussions for the next 2 days. Then in the next session, we'll turn to practical opportunities for advancing through existing regulations and structures, the ability to build confidence and trust in these innovative approaches to clinical trials. We'll break for lunch. When we return in the afternoon, we're going to discuss patient-centric considerations that need to be accounted for scaling up new clinical trial designs, operations, and analyses, and as I mentioned earlier, some of the technologies that are enabling more of a focus on patient centricity. Then our last session today will explore infrastructure and organizational considerations, including the technical and operational capacity of the existing healthcare delivery systems, maybe ways to enhance that capacity, feasible, actionable steps to broaden the implementation of clinical trials in a variety of sites and settings. Then we'll go on to day 2. Tomorrow we're starting at 12:30 p.m. to continue with session 5 on global regulatory considerations, where there has been a lot of activity with strong FDA leadership on advancing collaborations and harmonization across jurisdictions on shared strategies for clinical trial innovation. In the next session after that, again, building on the spirit of collaboration, we'll talk about public-private partnerships with successful examples of innovation across the clinical trial ecosystem and ways to make these kinds of platform approaches, public-private partnerships, more sustainable with broader adoption of clinical trial innovations at a lower cost. And then finally, we'll wrap up the 2-day workshop with a focus on future directions based on what we've discussed for advancing clinical trial innovation. It'll be a chance to reflect on some of the key insights and takeaways from all the previous sessions and make sure we're focused on practical next steps. Just a reminder to all of you who are with us today, if you have a badge, keep it for tomorrow. You don't need to get a new one. In fact, we're not aiming to reprint those badges tomorrow, so hold on to those for tomorrow. And turning back from the practical badges to the goal for the workshop, we want to share best practices, practical lessons learned for priority areas for advancing reforms in the clinical trial ecosystem. The meeting will be a success if we can expand from awareness of some of the most promising steps and opportunities out there to a pathway for greater adoption and implementation at a bigger scale of innovative clinical trial design and operational approaches. Now, just one more slide with a few meeting reminders. Before we get started, we have a lot of people joining us, not just in the room, but especially online, to discuss these important topics. Whether you're here in person or virtual, we want you to contribute to the meeting by submitting questions. If you're here in person, we're going to have an opportunity for some of those to be asked at the microphones here in the room, but you can also submit questions online. If you're joining us online, please submit your questions by going to the slido.com that should be on your screen now, entering the code CTI, or you can just use the QR code that's on this slide as well. We're going to do our best to get to as many of these questions as comments as possible with the moderators in each of our sessions, who will try to bring in both the audience here in the room through the microphones and the Slido submitted questions as well. And we'll be re-upping the information for using Slido throughout each session if you miss it right now, but that is going to be available to you during the whole course of this meeting because we want that kind of interaction. So with all of that, I'd like to get started on our workshop, and I'm going to do that by welcoming the Director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA, Patrizia Capezzoni, to the stage for our first discussion. All right, Patrizia, it is very good to see you. I want to thank you for joining us and thank all of your team who have put together so many ideas and innovative programs that we're going to talk about and hopefully build on here. Maybe you could start by just telling us why this meeting now? Why is it so important to get all these perspectives together for a couple of days to go into some depth on everything that's going on now with respect to clinical trial innovation?
So that's a fundamental question. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mark, and your team for helping us putting all this together, and the CDER team who have really done a lot of work and are very passionate about this. So in your introduction, you pointed to two very important aspects, and regulatory grade and applying innovation. I'll add to that. So there is, over the years, there's been and there are still an increasing many initiatives, work streams, and so on around innovation. There, we have them at FDA, we have them at CDER, we have them in the academic space, and so on. It's now time to really think about how we can apply this innovation. And rather than viewing sort of innovation as something that special people who are innovators do out there in their special innovation team, we have to start thinking about garnering everything that we have done, harnessing everything that we're doing and we have done to actually make it count. And what do I mean by that? I mean from a regulatory standpoint, to make it count within the context of real, actionable programs, regulatory programs, to generate data that is actionable and evidence that is actionable from a regulatory standpoint, and to bring the pilot into the development program, into the mainstream development program. And for that to happen, those who are going to hopefully partner with us to get to this next phase also have to trust that we are not going to, as regulator, that we're not going 5 years later saying, well, we really don't like this because we haven't seen it before, and so on. So this does really have to be part and parcel of the regulatory review process, which, as you know, starts a lot sooner than when we receive an application. Yeah. And that's why we're here.
Well, those are that's a great goal, and as you mentioned, there are a lot, and as I mentioned too, there is more activity than I've ever seen happening across FDA in terms of ways of innovating in clinical trials. As I know you want this group to help you and your regulatory team advance those ideas, could you say a little bit more about some of the things going on at FDA to, as you said, build confidence and trust that within our current regulatory framework, we don't have to keep doing things the way we've done it in the past, and we're not talking about changes that might happen someday down the road in 5 years, but changes that are feasible in the nearer term?
So I want to emphasize that we're really here to listen. We want to hear feedback, constructive feedback, that we can really take back. There's a lot going on at FDA, and I know that there are what we hear repeatedly from developers, for instance. They really want to find ways of sort of minimize risks. They want to find ways of improve consistency across the teams and across the divisions and so on. And I think that that's very important. So we have to also pay attention to that. And in order to do that, well, what I think we need to do is pull a string across all of these hubs of innovation, which may be initiatives or maybe hubs of innovation, and our hubs of innovation within the review divisions that we have at FDA and at CDER. And we have to pull that through. Okay? We have to really create the connective tissue that allows us to pull all of that together. And in order to do that, at least within CDER, which is a very large center, we are focusing more and more in creating sort of cross-cutting strands of connective tissue. And I'll give some examples sort of later on in our chat that allow to pull the innovation through and share the innovation from those hubs that are already there to areas where they need to get there.
And I do want to go into some of those specific opportunities to share innovation, but maybe before we get to that, as you think about where to focus in the short term, I'm hoping we're going to hear a lot from our participants over the next couple of days, but some of the areas where I've seen a good deal of activity that may be cut across disease areas and review divisions are first off in so-called post-market or real-world studies, clinical trials that are intended to extend labels for products that have already been shown to meet FDA's regulatory grade evidence on safety and effectiveness, but where there are questions about longer term outcomes, subgroups, real-world applications of the technology. That seems like one area where there's a lot of activities that could be brought together, maybe more systematically. Another area where I know we have a lot of participants with us at the meeting involves rare diseases where it's just not very easy to do kind of the traditional large-scale randomized clinical trials. Are those areas that seem like good opportunities, and can you say a little bit more about either those or others that could be sort of short-term opportunities for pulling more systematic progress forward?
Yes, I agree. Those are two prime areas. We really hope that we're going to be gaining some traction from the community at large in really finding some good use cases. I don't want to call them pilots, because I think it's time to stop the pilots. Okay?
Stop
We're
the
talking
pilots.
about practical examples of how we can get to actionable innovation. And realistically, we know that there's also, developers also are very risk conscious, and rightly so. There's a huge investment that goes into development programs. So we need to find areas or spaces that are a good place to start. And so label expansion is a really good example. Post-marketing trials are a really good example, and rare diseases. And for rare diseases, I would like to really also emphasize the importance of continuing to expand the utilization of external control and registry data. It's real-world data. It has to be good data. Okay? It has to be data that really allows us to, at a very minimum, use an external controls as confirmatory evidence in those situations that we have very often in rare diseases. Small trial, p-value hovering around 0.05, and we're left with that. And so having the ability to draw upon confirmatory evidence is fundamental for us to be able to make a decision. And I'll give you an example of a drug that we approved last year. It was the first drug for Friedreich's ataxia. And the ability to draw upon registry data as confirmatory evidence when we had a single trial, not the most robust trial. It's all out there, so I can talk about this because we approved the drug, so nothing is secret. And for us to be able to use the registry data as confirmatory evidence really what made it possible for us to approve the drug. And so these are really tangible examples of also innovation hubs and the kind of innovation that we have already in the agency, and we need to pull it through and really institutionalize it.
Mm-hmm. And you gave the Friedreich's ataxia example, single clinical trial, but good sort of platform of historical control and other data. That seems like an example. Let's not call it a pilot, but maybe a first use case that could be replicated in other disease areas, across other review divisions. You talked about label expansion studies, other post-market studies in the same way. Even though these are within existing regulatory structures, reforms, they take time and effort to build confidence, and I know FDA doesn't have unlimited resources. Could you talk a little bit first about what FDA has been doing to try to leverage these ideas and insights more systematically in its own efforts? And then I want to get to where external collaborations and support could help as well.
Yeah, so I think that there are there's a lot of activities within FDA that is pointed towards sort of institutionalizing innovation. I'm actually going to start by something that I know is sometimes a thorn on the side of developers, which are inspections and facility inspections, and we need to inspect manufacturing facilities in order to be able to make a decision about an application. And one of the things that has historically been a problem is how would I say, a suboptimal alignment between the inspectorate and the programs, like the centers. We now have at FDA a very large and effort-intensive initiative and program to modernize how we do inspections. And that includes, first and foremost, getting to a much closer alignment between the programs and the inspectorate. And think about what that means for clinical trials, for instance. Well, if we talk about facilitating pragmatic trials, then first and foremost, we have to make sure that we determine what elements of quality are important within that pragmatic trial, so that we don't have developers now, doing monitoring on every single data point in the trial. So, and if you think about that, then getting to an agreement as to what are the core element of qualities, then pulls through all the way to the inspection plan. In order for that to happen, there has to be alignment between the program, and by program I mean in this case, example, CDER, and the inspectorate. And what has happened historically is that, the inspectorate comes in, once the application has been filed, they inspect the site, and they don't really understand what those decisions were upstream. And so that is a fundamental change that we need to make in order to truly make pragmatic trials that draw upon EHRs, which is around the corner, and that's another area that I'm very excited about. If not otherwise, what's going to happen is that you can have all of these sort of innovators at the upstreams at the beginning of the program, and then in comes an investigator who really didn't get the memo. And then they're going to they're going to inspect a clinical trial site like they did, 10 or 20 years ago. So that work that we're doing around inspection is foundational. It's very exciting. Has tremendous promise, and I really, look forward to the yield of that.
It does sound like a good opportunity for maybe discussion over the next couple of days about what it would take, what would product developers or those involved in conducting the trials need to know to be confident that the inspectorate, the review division, everybody is on the same page. That's downstream. Could we talk about upstream a little bit too? Because the FDA has, under your leadership, set up a number of cross-program forums, things like that are intended, I think, to bring some of these insights more systematically across CDER. Could you talk a little bit more about what's happening on the upstream side to bring forward these ideas and help make sure, as you said, not only did everybody get the memo, but all these groups that need to work together to have confident, effective change in regulatory practice. What's happening on the upstream side?
Get the memo and read the memo.
And contribute to the memo,
and memorize the memo. So CDER is a very big place. And rightly so. Obviously, it's not possible for a center so large to run in a completely centralized fashion. And I only wish that I could just say, let it be so. Right? It's not how we work at FDA. We have a lot of bright, phenomenal people who have their own ideas, and they like to think about data and problems. So it's very important that we have the therapeutic expertise. So, and that rests within the divisions, within the teams, within the divisions. This is complicated work. You cannot take a cardiology program and say, now let's give it to the psychiatrist to review, right? Because a reviewer is a reviewer. So you need the specialization. What we also need, however, and historically, that specialization had, maybe got a little bit too far in also creating some silos. And so what we need, even within the divisions, because we have teams within the divisions, right? And teams operate as a little unit. And across the division, and that's particularly important for rare diseases, we need to create this connective tissue. And so I'll give you an example of what we're doing for rare diseases in an area that is critically important. In order for us to be able to use accelerated approval to a greater extent for rare diseases, we need to be able to rely on surrogate endpoints. That means having, biomarkers that we believe, where we can determine that they are reasonably reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. Well, in order to identify those biomarkers, that work actually has to take place, ideally, before the pre-IND. Okay? over and over, very frequently, we see these programs that are filed for where the application is filed and where that work has not been done. And so we have our scientists spending months during the review cycle trying to find a biomarker, try to identify something that they could we could use as a basis for accelerated approval. And I've seen them try to redo the program in the space of 10 months or sometimes 6 months for priority review. So we need to do that work, that translational medicine work, as early as possible in the program. And we need the developers to start doing that work, but we're also saying, you know what, we're not going to be sitting here and waiting for something to happen. We're going to hope that it happens, but at the same time, we're creating a translational medicine team. And that's what we did. We now have a translational medicine team within the Office of New Drugs, so it's not in the divisions, it's not in the offices, and they work with the divisions to as early as possible in development to say, hey, these are the things that first and foremost you have to ask the developers to give you. If they don't have it, these are the kind of things that you have to suggest that be developed. And then if at the end of the day they don't give it to you, these are the kind of things that you can do to try to get the most out of the data, right? So this is an example that we're very excited about that I know is very also important to the rare disease community.
Yeah, and these, I think, examples that can help with those steps that you're taking internally need complementary changes on the external side. Like you said, developers bring forward these ideas, and hopefully we'll have some discussion over the next couple of days about how to make that translational support more systematic at the upstream stage, at the trial design, data validation, et cetera stage. We're just about out of time. While I think and I expect that a lot of the focus here is going to be good feedback and discussion across review divisions, relevant to a lot of different drug development areas from external stakeholders and the FDA, I do want to remind that the FDA is not acting alone in the drug development process, especially as you get back to the earlier stages of development and translation, as you mentioned, in the downstream stages of drug getting to market is by no means the end of the line anymore on evidence development. In some ways, it's only the beginning. So maybe just very briefly, we talk about partnerships that FDA has with other government agencies that we'd also like to get on the table for a discussion with external stakeholders too. Maybe start with the upstream NIH's role in helping with translation, and then on the downstream side, so CMS, payers in the healthcare system, they I know also care about improving outcomes for patients, but they also care about the quality of the evidence and how do we keep building on it in the real world. Maybe you could just say a couple of brief words to guide the future discussions today and tomorrow about bringing in those perspectives too.
Absolutely. So we can't do it alone, and thank goodness, because it would be a very lonely place out there. So let's start from NIH, and Monica is there. We had a great chat before the session today. NIH is a critical partner. There are some things that NIH historically and uniquely does best. If you look at the push, what we got in oncology, why did we get there? Well, the drugs got better. How did the drugs get better? Because the targets got better, because the biology got better, because the translational medicine got better. So we need to do that for other areas. Rare disease is critical, really, and NIH is a critical partner. We also have expanding that partnership, and I'm sure that you'll be hearing more about this from Monica, in also thinking about, hey, how do we also, at the other end of the spectrum, get more efficient in running clinical trials, get the in utilizing the data. And then when it comes to the context around payers and reimbursement, we don't take price into consideration when we approve a drug. We cannot. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't understand the context around access and reimbursement. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't ask ourselves, all right, how are payers going to view this? Because at the end of the day, a drug that is out there that is not reimbursed by anyone because the evidence is not understood from a payer standpoint is not going to be helpful to patients. So while we do not take these things into consideration as part of an element of our decision, we need to understand them contextually in dialogue with CMS and the payers.
And there are so many better opportunities, as you've mentioned earlier, and I mentioned in my opening remarks, for learning more using electronic record data for many of the healthcare systems and CMS that are very interested in how do we get the best evidence developed and into use for making the most of these new technologies. So it seems like a real shared interest there, even though price is not your province. The goal of improved outcomes and using these products as effectively as possible seems shared between FDA, CMS, and many private payers.
Absolutely, and we should view this as complementary. So the old paradigm is, well, you know, we have all of the data at the time of approval, and we don't need anything else. If anyone says, well, we need something more, well, that means that, you know, we didn't do all FDA, and the FDA approval is not the end all be all. We need to view this as complementary. I mean, in which area do we accept that data collection is going to stop at a certain point and be, you know, be frozen in time? And so the pre-approval work is fundamental in putting the drug out there and be able to tell the patients the drug is safe and effective. At the same time, there may be some additional things that over time we need to be understood, and certainly payers have, you know, their own view about the data. And so we have to accept that they are sort of complementary domains, and that we really have to, while doing all our jobs, you know, like the statute told us, to also, you know, talk to each other.
Patricia, I want to thank you for sort of setting the table for today and tomorrow's discussions. That's a lot of issues that we touched on, a lot of opportunities for making more progress, some very strong foundational programs, and I hope this is going to lead to a lot of feedback and discussion with all of you who are with us for this meeting on how to advance the transformation of clinical trials. So let's get started with that with our first panel. I'd like to invite the rest of our panelists to the stage. I'm going to move down to the, I'm going to stand up over here is what I'm going to do.
We have so many people.
Questions come in. Great. All right, while our panel is coming to stage, this is a great panel. I'm very pleased to have with us in alphabetical order, Monica Bertagnoli, who's the director of the National Institutes of Health. Monica, thank you for being with us today. Ned Braunstein, who's executive vice president for regulatory affairs and global patient safety at Regeneron. Esther Krofa, Esther, good to see you too. Executive Vice President of Health for the Milken Institute and leader of Faster Cures at Milken. Robert Metcalf. Rob is the Group Vice President of the Clinical Design, Delivery, and Analytics and China-Japan Medical at Eli Lilly. And Janet Woodcock, I think, is coming and will be joining us on this side of the table. As everyone knows, Janet is most recently former principal deputy commissioner at FDA and has played a major role in all these efforts for advancing clinical trials. We're going to start off with some opening remarks, framing comments from each of our panelists, and we'll get to discussion. We'll put that Slido number back up, or that Slido QR back up again, but we do want you thinking about questions, comments that you'd like to add to this group. But let me start by turning to Monica.
Well, thank you. Just honor and pleasure to be here. Let me just say, framing for NIH. NIH's research encompasses the laboratory, the clinic, and equally important, the community. And so, you know, Mark's laid out this huge spectrum of research that clinical trials fall under. What I'm going to talk about today is or highlight in my opening remarks, is one specific area, the community part of this process. We all know for more than a decade now, we have seen a decline in life expectancy in the United States. that has multiple components to it. We know that at least some of them have to do with particular communities of need and communities that have been left out, not only of access to care, but absolutely left out of our research knowledge base. We don't have information about these segments of our population that are really experiencing so much worse outcomes. And what are these? These are people who have diseases of despair. These are, the life expectancy is declining due to increases in suicides, issues with mental health, issues with substance abuse, and a real lack of progress recently toward cardiometabolic diseases. We've seen a real slowing of the progress that we had in the past, and this, we believe, is largely due to an increasing obesity epidemic. And those individuals in the United States who disproportionately suffer from this are also the people who are left out of clinical research. Another thing that we understand at NIH is doing research in those communities suffers from some real challenges, trust being a big one. Another one is resources. These are the individuals taking care of people in those communities, are the ones on the front line. We all saw during the COVID epidemic are under great stress, great burden, challenges in taking care of people, where just delivering care can be incredibly difficult. How are we going to also introduce research into that equation? So NIH really wants to take this on. We need to extend our research, our clinical trials research, to exactly those populations in exactly those clinical settings. We are focusing on primary care as the vehicle for this. Primary care providers are on the front lines of all of these major issues. And by primary care, I mean not only internists, primary family physicians, obstetricians and gynecologists, geriatricians, and pediatricians who really are on the front lines. We're focusing a new program that is also not siloed within the 27 institutes and centers of NIH, but really is a collaborative effort across all of those individual components of NIH. So we hope you will see in the very near future the launch of a new clinical trials network centered around primary care with participation from every institute and center at NIH. And then finally, the focus of this to actually allow these clinicians on the front lines to do what they need to do and allow us to engender trust in the patient populations. The focus of this is to allow the choice for what research will be done to be placed at the site. And so what we intend is for these sites, joined as a network, able to use a common clinical trials mechanism, to be offered as big a list as we can make it of research opportunities, anything ranging from participation in a really high quality registry to participation in a prospective randomized registration trial, and that their selection will be across all the different diseases and conditions that practice interacts with. So mental health, substance abuse, obesity, cancer prevention and screening, all of these as options at these sites, and the full spectrum of research that can be done in an innovative way. All the way from a pragmatic approach to the very most stringent of a regulatory design trial. Because the other feature of this is we don't want these segments of society to be left out of any opportunity that we have before us, including access to some of the really cutting-edge treatments that might come with a different research strategy behind them. So really proud to announce that this is going to be our focus, and love to be part of this conversation.
Thanks, Monica. That is a bold and broad vision too, and I'm looking forward to connecting it with the rest of the themes of this panel and the conference. So next, continuing in alphabetical order, Ned, I'd like to turn to you. Sorry to catch you by surprise. And is that on? And make sure we're speaking into it.
Is this on?
There you go.
It's on, you're on.
Hi, I'm Ned Braunstein from Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. And I'm very excited about the conference that we have today. Regeneron we like to view ourselves as an innovative company, I think, from a scientific point of view. And when I think about innovation, I think there are two aspects of innovation we're talking about today. One is the scientific innovation. How do we more effectively go from the laboratory and preclinical information to that translation of having the information to be maybe to be actionable, perhaps short of all of the fields, function, survives endpoints that we ultimately would like to gather, and how can we do that more effectively and efficiently? Patricia, I really appreciate some of the things you said about that. When we work with regulators, one of the things that we discover is we're dealing with humans, we're dealing with people, right? And largely, when it comes to CDER or CBER, each of the divisions have their own little personalities, and they have their own level of risk tolerance. And one of the things that I would urge you, Patricia, because you're engaged in something that is a change management activity. And the hardest thing to do is change people's behaviors, right? Because people feel comfortable doing the things that they've done or that they were taught, and they all have mentors, and I actually work with some of their mentors because that's how old I am, right? And so that's going to be the sort of the regression to the mean, oftentimes, from a regulatory point of view, is how things have always been done. And what I've learned in management is I don't always get what I ask for, but I tend to get what I incentivize. And so I like to hear some of the things that you're talking about, and it would be great to publicize that maybe externally, but certainly internally, so that people know that innovation is actually something that is important, not just to management, but also people's careers in FDA, and that that's going to help them succeed both personally, because ultimately we think that's going to be good for the public. And then the other kind of innovation we're talking about today is operational innovation. How can we do studies in a way that brings studies to patients so that we can better enroll a more diverse population, a more meaningful population, make use of some of these other kinds of data. And I think, Patricia, you hit it on the nail on the head on this, is one of our concerns is that how are these going to stand up to an inspection, right? And it's that BIMO guidance, we need to look at that, right, when it comes to that. Because right now when we get an inspection, the inspector comes in and starts on one page of the BIMO guidance. And of course, when we plan for the inspection, we take out the BIMO guidance and we go page by page, and that's what the inspector does. And, if you're good at it, you can be, we know what to, where the holes are, and we fix that and make sure everything is nice and tidy so that when we get inspected, everything will pass. We don't yet know how to do that for all these other kinds of studies. So that's going to be very important, both for us so that we can have the confidence that what we're going to do is pass muster. And then your inspectors can be trained, and obviously we know what they're going to come in, because the worst thing is to have an inspector come in, and if we don't know what we're going to be inspected on, right, then it's very hard for us to know that we've done all the right things in development and that we're adequately prepared. So that's going to be really key for us in terms of one of the things that we're going to need. There are a lot of other things that we're going to talk about in terms of those studies, and I'm not the expert in operationalizing these studies. I'm more the scientific person. So I'm going to pass now and let somebody else have a chance.
Thanks, Ned. I have a feeling these topics are going to come back up, and I do want to emphasize, as you said, change management is challenging. There is a lot of expertise in the review divisions around the substantive areas. There is a growing amount of expertise at cross-cutting at FDA around translation and around kind of these restructurings that bring these different perspectives together. It does seem like it's change at FDA, but also, maybe I'll come back to you on this, change management at product developers as well to engage in these new ways. So more to come on this discussion, I'm sure. Esther, may go to you next.
Yes, well, it's a delight to be here. Thank you so much, and a great conversation, and to see Janet, you again, another panel in about a week's time. I just wanted to begin maybe by resetting the conversation in terms of why are we all here talking about the innovation in clinical trials. And for many of us, a lot of that came out of COVID-19. I think we saw collectively together in real time how communities were being impacted by the virus. And of course, all of the underlying conditions that were happening in communities did not come as a result of COVID-19. They were just exacerbated as a result of COVID-19. And as we saw the research community and the enterprise really come together to accelerate medical research for the virus, a lot of the underlying challenges, infrastructure issues with regard to how we conduct clinical trials really came to the fore. We also saw, of course, the impact on racial and ethnic populations also come to the fore. These, of course, are generations in the making. They're nothing new. A lot of what Monica talked about, the disease conditions in which are prevalent across the country, also have a disproportionate impact on racial and ethnic minorities, especially here in the United States. And what we saw during the pandemic was that if you were in a large academic medical facility and you were conducting a trial, actually very early on during the pandemic, you were able to enroll patients. We had an East Coast, West Coast disease. I remember Washington State was an epicenter for some time. New York was an epicenter for some time. If you're at medical institutions in either of those localities, you can enroll in a clinical trial. Of course, a virus is not particular about whether you're in an academic medical facility or not, and it moved. It moved into the middle of the country, it moved into the south, it moved into the rural parts of the country, where we did not have large academic medical facilities, and we did not have the kind of infrastructure that were needed for everyday people to participate in clinical trials. So what did that mean? How can an individual that looks like me or looks like others from different populations understand whether the therapies that were being developed were both safe and effective for me, not necessarily on average, not necessarily based on the populations that enrolled in those medical centers on East Coast or West Coast, but for me. And that was really, I think, one of the big learnings, right, lessons learned that came from the pandemic, which is we do not have a clinical trial infrastructure in the United States that really represents and reflects a population of the United States. So we need to do something really differently in order for us to achieve a vision that I think we all collectively share, which is how do we achieve better health outcomes for all? In order for us to do so, we need to understand and study the diseases that are relevant to communities and that they have the opportunity to participate. So I think that is, when I think about the title of this particular panel, which is Clinical Trial Innovation, the big innovation is how can we build infrastructure for clinical trials and clinical research closer to community settings. And what does that take in order for us to build that? It's certainly not one clinical trial site or infrastructure or one national network. It's going to be a collection of various networks. What we saw that was effective during the pandemic were where we invested in the communities, those were the same networks and sites that we called upon to conduct COVID-19 trials. SEAL was an example, a great one from NIH. The CoVPN network was another. The HIV Trials Network was yet another. And that if we don't build these networks in quote-unquote peacetime, warm bases that are not really about a pandemic, but about everyday diseases, answering public health questions, we're not going to be prepared, not just for another pandemic, but for all the epidemics that are happening in our disease conditions today. The second, of course, is around the racial and ethnic minority populations. And we've had a lot of conversations over the last 4 years around issues with trust and mistrust. But these are systemic by nature. It's not going to have one particular solution. It's multifactorial. It's really about the experience that these populations have every single day as they're interacting with the healthcare setting. So we need to do things quite differently. Of course, the work of FDA is quite important with the diversity action plans, but implementation of those action plans and evaluating whether they're actually helping us to move the needle in building that trust and engaging more of these populations to enter into clinical trials is going to be absolutely critical. What we see right now around diversity in clinical trial efforts is that there are thousands of efforts, hundreds of organizations that are working, and I would say absolutely correctly, to try to address this wherever their organization fits into the ecosystem. Unfortunately, what we don't have is a coordination, we don't have a plan necessarily about how can we all move towards the same direction under the same areas of goals. We have metrics of evaluation, we have shared accountability for what kinds of disease conditions. A lot of what we do in the United States is to compare it back to the population sets within the United States. Is that the right set of metrics should we talk about relative to the epidemiology of the disease? How do we measure that? What are the data sets that we need to use in order to achieve that? So as I have watched and have been part of a lot of these conversations, convened a lot, we've written a lot in this area through Faster Cures, I think that there's some very specific areas where I think we're making great progress. We're creating some initiatives to try to launch additional activity. I'm happy to continue to talk about that.
Great. Look forward to that discussion too on building out that infrastructure for everyone. It picks up on some of Monica's themes. Rob, I think you're up next.
Thanks, Mark.
And make sure you're, is that on? And let's see.
Yeah, I'm not getting a green light, I'm just getting a red light.
Yeah, that's usually not good.
Don't know if that's a signal or not, but.
There you go. That one's working well. Thanks for sharing, Ned.
First of all, I want to thank Duke-Margolis and the FDA for the invitation to participate in today's workshop, and I want to apologize to you, Mark, for the length of my title. I realize it was the longest on the panel and probably the most complicated to articulate, so I'll look to simplify that for the future. At Lilly, we're really passionate about continuing modernization of clinical research. And I use the word continuing because I think too often we refer to modernization, and I think that that doesn't give all of us credit, that we've actually really modernized over the last several years the conduct of great clinical research. So I'd suggest we use the word continue to modernize or continue modernizing. And in that spirit, we see the opportunities to really profoundly help patients in terms of the medicines that we can deliver to them, their representation in great clinical research, and being able to both design and deliver in new ways. And the FDA has really helped to lead in this space through the advancement of guidance documents that talk about not only design differently, but to be able to deliver differently. Continuing to promulgate I won't use the word pilots, but programs like CID, and now I see in the PDUFA reauthorization a real-world evidence. These pilots, I think, are foundational learning opportunities to be able to help us do things continuously better. Being the practical person that I am, I will offer three areas or three thoughts. Patrizia laughs because she knows me quite well in that regard. Three areas that perhaps we can build on a bit more in the panel and through the workshop. The first is there's been really an outstanding development of guidance documents that have helped the industry, helped sponsors, helped the research community at large. I'd also argue that there's opportunity to modernize regulation as well. I think if we want to look at a total regulatory framework, we need to look not only at guidance, but also at regulation, since regulation does provide the foundation under which we conduct the research that we do. Areas like modernizing how we think about investigator oversight, for example. If you remember, these regulations were developed generally when we had single centers with single investigators and very much in a paper-based environment. I think if we want to really take the next advancement in modernizing our regulatory framework, partnering together to understand what regulation we should look at in addition to guidance is one opportunity. As we look to implement these more decentralized, or as we like to talk about in Lilly, community-based or community-orientated research paradigms, sponsors can help in new and different ways to be able to help bring that research to bear. For example, at Lilly, we've used third parties to support investigators in identifying and recruiting patients through referrals and other means. We benefit as drug developers and sponsors in having more clarity through guidance on what are the roles that sponsors can play and understanding those guardrails. The third area that we've touched on is how do we move from pilots to more systematic adoption of these design and delivery paradigms. And I think that is commensurate in how do we do more shared learning. We have this challenge as a sponsor within our organization. We have that challenge I see in the healthcare network as well as in the FDA as well. So how do we stimulate more shared learning? Well, that's implementing these in more normalized ways. During the fireside chat, you talked about rare diseases. I'd also offer perhaps pediatric research as an opportunity to do this more actively, to think about Bayesian approaches to adaptive designs or using external placebos. Certainly in this space, it goes across all the review divisions in the FDA, and we know that we're always challenged in delivering great pediatric research and balancing the risk of having pediatric populations in our studies versus getting the necessary information. I'd say three other things to focus on is how do we continue to work with external SME experts? As sponsors, as companies, as the FDA, and as the healthcare system, to be able to keep our knowledge contemporary. How do we ensure that our people have the most advanced technology, computational tools at their fingertips to be able to do things more in real time as they're working across boundaries? And then continuing guidance is extremely helpful from our standpoint. So those are three thematic areas: regulation, role of sponsors, and continuing to normalize how we take these innovative approaches across. And we're committed, certainly as Lilly, to work with the FDA, to work with the healthcare community at large, academics, in order to propagate this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the comments on change management strategies on all sides working together. And I can't think of any better wrap-up opening commenter for this session than Janet Woodcock. Janet, thanks very much for being with us today.
Sure. Well, let me just take a big step back and thinking about what everyone has said. Basically, what we have a very large healthcare enterprise in the United States trying to take care of people. And we don't have really solid evidence, what we would call in the modern world, solid evidence for most of the things that doctors and surgeons do. I know surgeons are doctors too. But, and so there's a huge imperative. People are concerned about healthcare costs and so forth. There's a huge imperative to drive toward evidence-based knowledge. But what system do we have right now? Okay, clinical trials in the last 30 years, in my mind, have been relegated to a little enterprise over here. You know, you don't see endowed chairs of clinical. And back at Harvard in the day, okay, people who wanted to do clinical studies were third-rate medical citizens, all right? And they weren't going to get tenure and so forth, and people just looked down on them for this. And so part of the need, I think, is to elevate this to a legitimate evaluative science that has the same weight that the basic sciences have. And that's going to, Monica, you have a really tall order ahead of you. Because what we have is we have all this practice that is currently not really well evidence-based, right? And that's the standard of care. And then we have all this innovation since the 1970s. NIH and around the world, they've been pouring biomedical innovations out. And of course, you talk to the laboratory people, they say, well, they've told me. They say, well, you know, I discovered this, and now next year it's going to be saving lives. And they have no idea. They have no idea what the industry does or what is actually needed to evaluate. And so, when we talk about innovation, we need to modify the entire system to give it the capacity to actually evaluate how we treat and prevent disease. And what we've heard is different aspects of that. You know, more, we need to bring in more people, okay? If you just have a small group of people doing this, it's seen as an exclusive club, and that causes, I think a lot of the translational problems aren't trust. It's, in a sense, it's because the local practitioners, the people who actually treat people, are not involved in research, right? And so they don't even believe the results, right? You know, and so there's that aspect. I introduced in City, and I think you were there, Mark, I introduced the concept, though, of quality by design. And I moved that over. Quality by design was something we were doing for pharmaceutical quality, because at the time, it had the regulation of pharmaceutical quality was this sort of quality control and doing testing at the end and everything. This is not a modern idea. And I think when we talk about thinking about innovation and the needs, the huge needs of the healthcare system for evidence and how we're going to generate that evidence, we need to think about quality by design, designing whatever research is needed so that the results are fit for purpose. And that's really important. And too much in my mind, forgive me, Patrizia, but too much of this is driven by the regulatory, okay? There are needs specific for regulatory decisions, okay? But there are all these other needs out there. How do you actually manage disease, okay? You might have a new innovation, but you're going to have 10 other innovations that are being used for that disease. And even if they were well studied, you don't know which one I should start on, right? You don't know if that doesn't work for me, which is the next one, and should I keep taking this one and add something on? We don't have that kind of information in healthcare, except in very small circumstances. And so I think adoption, part of innovation is, you know, the pragmatic adoption of the fact that the data need to be fit for purpose. And the regulators, yes, they have to be very explicit about what is fit for purpose for a regulatory decision. But then there's the question, what is fit for purpose for clinical practice? And a lot is better, right, than just empirically, well, this is how we've done it over the years. You know, so I think that opens the door for a lot of different innovations. Now, Monica, as far as the, hats off to you. I know that was a very heavy lift to get this primary care network done. But, you know, I think we have to think more broadly even. Look at the fight we had with immunizing patients by pharmacists. That was the end of the world. The world was going to come to an end. People were going to be falling over the floor and, you know, dying in all the pharmacies and everything. And that was how we got everybody vaccinated for COVID, right? Because we built that infrastructure. People would become used to that. You could go to the pharmacy, and we had an army of willing people, and the pharmacists are out there. I believe we need to think about really democratizing clinical care and also clinical research, and bringing in a lot of these other folks into the activity, because it's going to take a lot. And I just came, and I'll stop there, I just came from the PCORI board, and you know, they've been funding infrastructure to PCORNet, and we really need to continue to build infrastructure both at community sites, which is, I think, Monica, going to be more expensive than you think. These people need a lot of help. And they're already, like you said, they're already stressed out beyond belief. So can I tell one story?
Please.
Okay. So about 10 years ago, I was asked to give the Shattuck lecture for you know, the New England Journal and Mass Medical Society and so forth, and I went up there and I gave him the spiel. I said, we got to take clinical trials out to the community as the lead is. You should have seen, that was the worst Shattuck lecture ever, I think, because not one clinician in that audience, I think, reverberated to that, and I never submitted for publication because it was so, it was so ill received.
As often you are ahead of your time.
Too
That's
far
all.
ahead in this case, right? Yeah, but that was kind of embarrassing. I'm telling them, that you need to go to the federally qualified health centers and give them money and allow them to participate, and they're there, what? So you can't underestimate what a heavy lift, but I think PCORI, I think the primary care network, I think the other efforts that Esther was alluding to, and then, of course, the industry, I agree. I mean, it's very hard for the FDA reviewers to be innovative, because look how much criticism they get every time they're innovative. Even if they're absolutely correct in what they do, the agency is, like a piñata for the media about any controversial decision. And so if you're a regular reviewer in the agency, you just really don't want to stick your neck out. And but there is a spectrum of designs and methods, and we have to consider how huge the need is for better clinical evidence to take care of patients.
Okay, great story, and I think the outcome's going to be better this time than a decade ago as times are changing. I know our panel wants to comment more. I'd like to, we have limited time, and I want everybody to try to come back to some of the big themes that have been laid out today about making infrastructure to support evidence development and clinical trials much more systematic, about managing change. I would emphasize on all sides. There are challenges in review divisions. As Janet said, that's a tough position to be in terms of criticisms. There are challenges in companies. If you've invested all this money in a drug and you're taking a chance on a new approach that you're not as familiar with, there's change management to be dealt with there. I know, Ned, you want to add something, but first I want to go back to Patrizia to see if you've got any initial comments you'd like to make. Second, I'd like to make sure that everyone here, if they have a comment, is submitting that via Slido, and I'm going to try to get to a couple of comments at the mics too before we finish, if anybody has those as well. But we've got limited time. So, Patrizia?
So I'm going to try to be complimentary, because I actually generally pretty much agree with everything that we have heard today. So I cannot really get into a rebuttal here. One theme that I heard about is knowledge sharing. And this is one of the things that is important when it comes to pulling the innovation through across the review division, across the teams within the review divisions. And one of the things that we need to do, and we are doing, is, again, moving from I'm here talking about my research and sharing it with my peers, because obviously there's research that goes on at CDER and FDA, to here is my problem here and now related to a review of an application or a development program. Yeah. And here I am going to bring it to my peers, to other divisions, to other teams, and we'll discuss it. And the culture historically at FDA has been, everybody works in their silo, they have their own review, it's their own white paper, and you don't share it with anyone. So creating those forums, and this is central to this clinical trial innovation program that we're setting up. It's not only externally facing, we're doing some things internally. We are asking every office or every program to have these knowledge sharing that is really problem-based and focused around solving regulatory problems and solving them in an innovative fashion. Applying innovative methods that, to Rob's point, we have developed over decades. Okay, so it's time to, the time for pilots. We can continue pilot new things, but we have done a lot of pilots that can serve as the foundation. The other thing that I wanted to flag is that sometimes we view innovation as not doing certain things, cutting corners, right? That's not how we got to faster, more energy efficient, safer cars, right? We actually, if you look at the automobile and the span over the past 100 years, innovation was actually applied to get cars to be better, more reliable, cheaper, and so on. So I hope that we're also going to be talking over the next 2 days of how innovation can be applied to do the things that we must do in drug development. Faster, more cheaper, more efficiently, more effectively. I'm going to give a couple of examples. Data quality, right? The paradigm is still very much, we check the data, we validate the data, we clean the data in a clinical trial periodically, sometimes just at the very end, all right? Well, I'm not a techie, but I would think that machine learning could probably get us to a point where we can actually check the data in real time so that we don't have the data locks anymore, right? Could technology be applied to get to the point where we have less patients who are lost to follow-up? We still have high prevalence disease clinical trials where we see double-digit percentages of patients who are lost to follow-up. All that effort, all that money, and then not even know what happened to a fifth of the patients in a clinical trial, let alone the use of technology to enhance diversity in enrollment. And so let's also talk about how those must-do things that are not going to go away, because no one is going to take a drug, nor should they take a drug, let alone FDA approve it, when we cannot rely on the integrity of the data, right? But there is technology out there that could get us to a very different place and really change the paradigm. I also want to say one last thing, and this is something that is an example of how we may be missing opportunities. During the pandemic, we finally moved the needle when it comes to centralized remote monitoring. Finally, after years and years of talking about it, we finally saw a broader adoption. And the reality is that we are slipping back. Okay? We are seeing developers going back to the boots on the ground in monitors in the clinical trial site. And I think there's an economic aspect to that. There's also a global harmonization, regulatory harmonization aspect, and I will be talking about this later. But that's an example of an area where we really made some major gains during the pandemic, and then we're not carrying it through. Yeah. And so let's also focus on those things, because data verification is not going to go away. Certainly we have to use quality by design. Certainly we have to identify the core elements of quality so that we don't have to check things that don't matter, but that's not going to go away. And how can we use innovation and technology to do it better?
That's a great discussion so far. Given our limited time, based on the comments I've heard so far, I want to come back to two big themes. One is comments that people might have, and I think Ned may have a few, related to this notion of change management. Rob talked about how guidance documents, communication to inform those is really helpful, but then moving from that into maybe changes in regulatory, if not structures, at least clarity in how the guidance is going to be implemented. I'd like to push on some complementary changes on the private sector side to support that too, change management all around, and then making that more systematic. So I'd like comments from a couple of you maybe on that. And then I do want to get back to the themes that Esther and Monica and Janet raised about how do you build this approach of evidence development more systematically into care. And let's focus on primary care, since so many of you all brought that up, where a typical primary care doc today is really stretched and it does not care about the Shattuck lecture, no offense, either, but is really worried about, what can I do under time and other constraints that's best for my patients? How do we build an infrastructure into that? So let's start with the change management. Ned, seems like your comments may be focused there.
No, actually, I wanted to talk, because it relates to some of the things I've heard. Because it seems to me one of the things about regulation of drugs, it's about managing uncertainty over time. At the time of approval, presumably we have the most uncertainty, and we want to try and diminish that over time. So part of that comes about by having the kind of databases that I hear being talked about here from the NIH. And I just want to tell you about a little quick experiment that we were able to do. It's just during COVID, we had one of the monoclonal antibodies authorized. That had been studied during the initial and then the alpha phase of the virus. And we had the opportunity, Florida did a natural experiment for us because they opened all these clinics and they kept track of the patients. So we had data from those clinics, and we're actually able to do real-world evidence in the Delta phase of the pandemic in a much more varied population than we actually originally studied, because, as we talked about, the patients in our clinical studies were the patients we were able to recruit at the centers that we were able to do the studies, right? I mean, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You can't get all the patients, but in Florida, they put up these signs, and to help me, they said Regeneron Clinic, by the way, which was, I remember calling John Farley at FDA and said, we did not please don't ding us on those signs. We did not make those signs, right? But so there was a natural experiment. And naturally, we're able to, using real-world evidence, demonstrate that in a more broad population. And as we would have thought, the monoclonal antibodies were effective at their time, right? Obviously, the virus moved on, and, then we had Omicron and things like that. But they actually were effective, and they were effective as they were being used in the community, which was different than how we had originally studied them. So that's how, over time, we can actually manage uncertainty by doing these kinds of things. And I also heard that in oncology, one of the things that was said was that we got better because we better understood the biomarkers, we understood the targets, but one of the other things that we could do in oncology is that the endpoints are shorter. Right? I mean, for better or for worse. So we have greater certainty about some of the oncology products because we actually can do those survival endpoints in some of those studies. Whereas when you're looking at metabolic syndrome and we're looking at obesity and things of that nature, and we want to understand what's going to have the biggest impact in public health, we end up looking at things like hypertension or weight or, maybe if you can get to a cardiovascular outcome study, that's a big undertaking. But really, is that going to improve survival, which is, the ultimate measure of public health? So having these other databases and having the ways to tap into them is going to be really important. And having a structure that will allow us to do that, I think is going to be a long-term answer for some of the bigger questions that are being raised.
Well, in terms of making shorter-term progress to get there, and we've talked about everything from rare diseases, like you said, to cardiometabolic syndrome, and Monica, maybe we can come back to you since you and Esther both emphasize this. The need to get more representative populations, need to do more with primary care practices, and very bold goal that you've laid out for the primary care network that you described sounds aligned with some of Janet's advice to PCORI and PCORNet. So seems like some real opportunities, but for conducting a registration trial, the level of data collection and verification and so forth needed there, monitoring the treatments and the concomitant treatments and everything, probably different than for a post-market study or for creating an ongoing baseline registry for patient comparisons for different kinds of questions that may well be relevant. To Esther's point, Esther, you talked about representativeness in trials. It's a great goal. We are far from there, but then there's a further issue of, well, you can have a representative trial, but if the effects differ across subgroups of patients or in different kinds of practice settings, you're still mixing together populations and evidence. You'd really like to get a finer level of detail on. So, Monica, maybe to start with you on getting to this vision with clinicians who are busy and just seems like most of them are not in a position where they're close to being able to do a registration trial, but maybe they're getting closer in some cases, and maybe there's some more population-based approaches for, as Ned was saying, real-world post-market evidence that might be more feasible. How are you thinking about all of that?
So a few thoughts. First of all, it was a big favor that we now have legislation saying that FDA needs to use real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. That was a huge boon for us because what we want from the biomedical research arm is the very best level of evidence. And so you gave us a benchmark that we had to turn our data from the clinical trial environment and no longer let that be sloppy and have us really delivering data from the clinical care environment, and I mean every clinical care environment, that can be used for regulatory decision making. So this partnership is critical, and it's a huge incentive for us. The second thing, we absolutely have to revolutionize the way we collect data in the clinic. We are wasting doctors' time, left, right, and center, with the way data is, and I don't mean data, I just mean information exchange. Let's even just talk about that. There are so much better ways to exchange information, use it in a valuable way, use it in a way that really facilitates clinical care, and we have to be there. And then the last thing I'll say, how the heck are we going to do this? I really hope, what I said, we're going to offer these clinical sites, which are going to be FQHCs, which are going to be participation with PCORNet. We don't want to make more silos. PCORNet is very valuable. FQHCs. What are we going to do? We're not going to say, here's the trial you have to do it or not. We are going to say, here's a list of 25 research projects. Which ones work for you? And so there will be learning by acceptance from these sites as to what kind of things can they do, make it possible. So there'll be a back and forth as we see. And the first time we throw them a traditional regulatory trial, that will go straight, no one's going to accrue to that, frankly. But we will learn as we go from this network how to do better. Last thing I'll say is Amazon knows what kind of shampoo I use, for crying out loud. We have the technical ability to get really high quality data from clinical care environment. We know the tech is there. It's our social engineering that needs to happen.
Great. Esther, you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of points or three. One is that there's a time horizon here, right, where we're talking about bringing on more sites in the community, and we should not have the expectation that those sites are going to do registrational trials that are going to you immediately, but there are a number of other trials that they can do, relevant, again, to their communities, the questions that they're trying to answer, probably more relevant to the kinds of trials that you're trying to create, right, through these primary care networks. So there's a time horizon there in terms of that investment. The second is that these community sites, as well as community-based organizations, are asked to be treated not as grant entities. I don't want a grant to me that is a $50,000 grant for 12 months to maybe do what? I don't know, hire a research coordinator? I'm not quite sure. It's not sufficient amount of money to the point that Janet made. What they're looking for is to be true business partners to the sponsors, to the companies. They want to be community-serving organizations where they're under contract with the sponsor, meeting the very particular contract obligations with education, awareness, enrollment, et cetera. And of course, let's make the contracting process actually feasible for them, because these are many organizations that have never done this before. The third is that we need to create a learning network, which is something that we have done through Faster Cures, where we just launched a program called Enrich CT, which is focused on bringing together the researchers, bringing together, it has a whole consortium of actors from NIH to FDA to companies, and Lily's actually a part of it, so thank you. FDA is an observer there, and many other entities that are really focused on, as we are building these sites in the community, we're learning things in real time. We're learning the policy challenges and obstacles, we're learning the resource needs, we're learning each other, how do we work together, what are our ways of working, are we speaking in the same language? Because honestly, sometimes we're not speaking in the same language. So having that learning environment that we've done in multiple other areas, and we've had all of these public-private partnerships, we have not done that with the community organizations. So we have launched that as well, and I think that's going to be critical for us to continue to make these investments and not have the expectation that we tried it for 12 months, it didn't work out, we've moved on.
Yeah, so going to sort of systematic change, and Esther, really appreciate the Enrich CT learning network that you all have put together. We've been glad to be part of that at Duke-Margolis as well. Rob, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm going to go to Rob and then Janet and then to the audience in the limited time we have left. You started out with some great comments about moving from essentially guidance and concept into more systematic implementation. Looks like the most popular question voted on Slido is basically to the effect that change management is hard. I mean, we've heard about some of the challenges facing reviewers who have a lot of expertise, but could be criticized for not meeting standards if they're doing something different. I think as I've talked about, I think similar kinds of challenges apply on the company side. Anything you'd like to add in terms of getting to that systematic change that as we've been talking about during this panel?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. You know, a couple of things, and I want to be really, really clear. on this. These innovative approaches to both design and delivery are recognizing the need for high-quality, compliant data that protects patient safety, data integrity, and privacy. We cannot compromise on those standards. And having said that, we can take modern approaches. Patrizia, you touched on one, remote monitoring, of which I've personally done the battle of keeping that alive and moving forward within, because there is a tendency to want an elastic band back, you know, to what was tried and true. So I think as leaders, we have an obligation to keep that tension in. I also offer two other things just from this conversation. We need to start changing our vernacular. I talked about continuing to modernize, not just modernization. At Lilly, we're starting to think more about investigators, not sites, and trying to get that vernacular out of our lexicon so that we can think more flexibly about how we can deliver great research as well. So I think how we think about a common vernacular will also help. And then the third thing that I would say is change management is all about people. And so how can we look for opportunities to share expertise within we look at this very aggressively within Lilly for short-term assignments, for places to put people that maybe is not initially intuitive. And I think we can all look to say, how can we exchange people, you know, across our organizations to help seed, you know, those ideas? Because at the end of the day, changing is all about people.
All right,
So those are a couple of comments.
let's keep coming back to those themes today and tomorrow for how to make these practical changes on all sides. Jan, I wanted to go to you about, this does come back to the point of quality by design, right? A common understanding of the right data, the right study design features, whether it's randomized or in some cases observational, for the question at hand. And you emphasized something I think is worth noting, which is if you're a primary care provider, you've got other things on your mind besides generating evidence. You want to do quality improvement in your practice. You're facing a tough environment. CMS just announced this morning a new program designed to strengthen primary care by moving it to person-based payment and helping them put in place longitudinal data systems and the kinds of things that you guys have just been talking about, but from the standpoint of quality improvement, care improvement for their patients. Could you say a little bit more about connecting all of this?
At the end of the day, it will connect because, you know, many of the ills that we're reflecting of the clinical trial infrastructure relate to the ills of the healthcare system in the United States, right? And we have to be careful to, you know, try to bite off more than we can chew. We're not going to fix all the inequities by through expanding clinical research or innovating in clinical research. They are fundamental. You taught me like economic problems that we have. However, you know, I'm involved in some of these efforts, and my observation is these sites, they need some room to breathe, okay? So they're going to need some protected time, and that means money. And they're going to need additional part-time or full-time staff to help on, because sites have clinical research staff that help them do all the stuff. There are new technological innovations, if people are willing to use them, that simplify and help manage all of these things, and I think they have great promise. It might be worthwhile for NIH to invest in, can you incorporate them into this program so that it is already started. And I will, on change management, Mark, I feel like I'm the queen of change management, okay? And somebody told me long ago, a CEO who's had to do all these takeovers and get companies back in order and everything, it's 99% persuasion and 1% suasion. And I think I've leaned a little harder on the suasion part myself, but really, you know, I agree, the leadership has to unite. They have to hear from all sectors. And there's some sectors out there that take advantage of this and they say, oh no, like this is, you know, the gold standard is you have to do everything this way. And we have to resist that because the gold standard should be fit for purpose data, as was said. High quality, reliable, information that we can use to know how to treat people and prevent disease. So suasion, though, somebody mentioned the regulations. Of course, I think FDA is fully aware of a lot of the regs were done a very long time ago, and they have to contort themselves to interpret them in the modern world. But they're very hard to change due to all the processes. So that's sort of, you say, a low return on investment activity because it takes so long and so much effort, right? And maybe there are other things that can be done. But I really do think where there can be suasion, the companies can insist, the company leadership, on using modern technologies, and each can put strings on their grants that you have to do this. You know, you can't just have it that these sites are just taking the money and then they're going to do a little registry. You know, they got to be serious, and so forth. And of course, the FDA leadership is trying with this meeting and other things to really explore the ways that innovation can occur in a way that will benefit everyone.
And I hope we can come back to that over the course of the meeting, the suasion through technological opportunities combined with, it seems like, a real willingness and some examples of how to build out these capabilities. We've had two people, we are at time, two people have patiently been waiting to ask questions, so I'm not sure we're going to have time for responses, but I'd like you to ask the questions now, and let's get them out, because what we've laid down in this session is intended to be a foundation for practically focused steps over today and tomorrow. Please go ahead.
Indeed, thank you all. My name is Ben Eloff. I represent Healthcare Innovation Catalyst, which is a small advisory firm. Our clientele is mostly a small business in early phases of development who are largely unaware of many of these opportunities for advancing their clinical trial design. A couple of observations.
And I need them to be...
and a very quick question. When talking about real-world evidence, it is so often talked about as confirmatory or post-market, often real-world post-market evidence or observational. Why can't it be primary evidence? And Esther, you said the clinicians who come up with or who engage in these networks shouldn't expect to provide regulatory grade evidence. Why shouldn't they? The data that clinicians collect on their patients is used every single day to make life and death decisions on the people in front of them. Who are we as regulators, ex-regulators, clinical trial intelligentsia to say that the information used to treat a patient is no good to make a decision on population level?
All right, thanks for the
Just
comment.
really quickly, Ben,
Really
I just
quickly.
wanted to clarify, I said
Yeah.
time horizon, meaning at the beginning, right, levels of maturity. You might do more pragmatic trials before you do a registrational trial.
And it does sound like that's back to what do we mean by fit for purpose in these different contexts and how we connect that with clinical practice. And very quickly, a final comment.
Yes, hi, my name is Elizabeth Johnson. I'm a research assistant professor from Montana State University, and I'm here to, excuse me, advocate for rural and frontier sites. So I really appreciated your comments, but honestly, I'm up here to talk about brass tacks and ask some questions about, you know, we talked about technological and physical infrastructure. 1 in 4 of my sites are closing, you know, hospital-wise across just Montana. Who's going to pay for this? Who's going to push the heat on, for example, on our EHR infrastructure to permit good validation of our technology? We don't have shared information infrastructure. And then on the physical infrastructure, how do we enable and facilitate research to be conducted in these small micro hospitals, these small communities? Because then we can do retention. They want to stay in their communities, but they're having to travel 200 miles in blowing snow to be part, but they want to be part of these trials. So those are my two questions about where do we go from here?
Yeah, there's got to be a better way in terms of improving care delivery in rural communities and in terms of supporting clinical trial evidence from those. Thank you for bringing
For the
those
payers.
up. I hope we'll come back to those. But for right now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to thank our panel for really kicking off this meeting in an engaging way.
Right, and how they might look for regulatory submissions. So between ICH E6R3 and the various FDA guidances that we have on all kinds of topics from decentralization, risk-based monitoring, DHTs for remote data capture, and others, we have a really impressive body of guidance on a range of topics at this point. And so what we want to talk about is, how is this guidance being interpreted and applied? How is it fostering or slowing the kinds of modernization that we hope to see in clinical trials? Is it mitigating or exacerbating risk aversion among sponsors? And are these guidance documents really helping, as a panelist in the first session said, manage that uncertainty over time? So with that, I want to introduce our panelists for today. First, we've got Nicole Meyer-Hamblett, the co-executive director of the Cystic Fibrosis Therapeutics Development Network Coordinating Center, CFTDN Coordinating Center at Seattle Children's Research Institute. Bea Lavery is Vice President, Portfolio Strategy Lead in Product Development Regulatory at Genentech Roche. Dr. Amy McKee is the Chief Medical Officer at Parexel International. Nancy Cass is Vice Provost and Professor of Bioethics and Public Health at the Johns Hopkins University Berman Institute of Bioethics and Bloomberg School of Public Health. I practiced that. Kara El-Zarad is the Director of the Office of Medical Policy in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER. And Martin Landry. Sir Martin Landry is the Chief Executive of Protus and also leads the Good Clinical Trials Collaborative. As in the previous session, we've asked the panelists to provide opening remarks, and specifically here to really provide a tangible example of innovation in negotiation with some of the guidance and regulation that applies to it. And so with that, I want to start with Nicole.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and share perspective from a rare disease clinical trial network and patient organization. When we think about innovation, it's not with the perspective of moving one therapy to regulatory approval, but for moving an entire pipeline through to regulatory approval. In cystic fibrosis, the landscape has changed dramatically with the recent regulatory approval of CFTR modulator therapies, which are breakthrough therapies that have been quite remarkable for clinical outcomes for our patients. But about 6 to 10% of people with CF do not genetically qualify for these therapies. That translates into less than 2,000 patients, about 1,100 adults who you would think are the first people who would participate in new investigational trials. 25% of this population are BIPOC and Hispanic, which is much higher than the general CF population, and very few have research trial experience. At the same time, we have a very promising pipeline of new therapies directed towards this population that includes both symptomatic therapies and nucleic acid-based therapies, which are an umbrella term for various genetic and non-genetic based therapies to help improve CFTR function. These therapies cross both CDER and CBER, and a unique feature of these NABTs, for short, are that they require long-term follow-up. Many of them do per regulatory guidance, anywhere from 2 to 15 years. So we are looking at the potential for a decreased participant pool over time in this population being tied up in these longer-term safety trials, which leads us to really have to think innovatively about our trial pipeline, particularly as we need to consider more shots on goal over time. It is likely that we are going to need more streamlined trials and ones that rely on either augmenting or even replacing a placebo group over time to help optimize our trials across the pipeline. We have a window of opportunity in CF as before these early phase programs mature to collect control data that would be considered fit for purpose. We have a large CF registry that is phenomenal, but it is missing some of our trial endpoint data, such as patient-reported outcomes. We have this window of opportunity to collect this data with the end goal in mind, and do so looking at many of the guidances that could help guide us towards collecting data that we have monitored. We've collected in the highest research quality fashion that we can, and from a trial network that mimics that for which the trials will be conducted. And that we will be monitoring this data and so forth. And not only focusing on endpoints that will inform efficacy, but also safety. Even collecting adverse event data that can be used for our centralized data safety monitoring board as benchmarking data. We are launching a study, external control study called REACH, with this purpose in mind. We have gotten the feedback from many of our industry sponsors in this area to help refine that protocol. And what's great about this study is that it also fulfills another purpose, which is engaging our patient population who largely is new to research. As a trial network, we can really mobilize and refine our trial network strategies to enable referrals from our clinical care sites to our trial sites. And also work on novel recruitment strategies, informed consent dialogues and tools to engage in more complex informed consent discussions. So I'd like to kind of think about this as, may not be the most popular term, but a intentional but thoughtful deconstructed master protocol. And that is because this study, we can do it as a patient organization with, no pun intended, entirely in our control. We can move very fast to get these data in place and help serve multiple sponsors in a sponsor-agnostic fashion. We are actually following the footsteps of the Friedrich ataxia model, where we intend on partnering with the Critical Path Institute to share this data, make this data accessible to our industry sponsors when they are ready to submit for regulatory approval. It's hoped that they will work with the agency, taking advantage of the CID program and so forth, to help incorporate these data into their strategy early on. In the intent, obviously, to help streamline these trials across our pipeline. So we look forward to further discussion.
Thanks to also the first session for actually setting the landscape really nicely, and it was really nice to see the senior leadership engagement across the ecosystem to want to translate at scale the innovations that have been tested in pilots and experiments. And I can attest from a sponsor perspective where we have a broad and diverse portfolio in which we have seen a lot of inconsistency and inability to translate the innovations that we try, which, to the change management topic earlier, we also have those issues in our organization of convincing teams to take the time and effort and resources to try these new innovations because they haven't seen it consistently play through. So I think we all share a lot of the pain points. And one of the things I wanted to give as an example is when we want to take the right context in which an innovation could be applied. And I'll use the example of a decentralized trial. We were looking at a very rare tumor mutation-driven cancer type with one of our products, and we actually designed a fully decentralized phase 2 study called Alpha-T. And this was a broad experiment in which we thought, let's really see if we can do this. And what we actually learned, which I think was the hard way, was that the ecosystem, including the patients, were not ready for that bold of an experience. So to Esther's point in the first session, we really need to do this in a step-by-step way. And what we found was sometimes the things that you think are in the name of what a patient might want was actually not serving their needs. For example, fully having remote visits, they want to see their oncologist, they want to see their doctor. And so there are these things that you realize, how do we do it in a fit-for-purpose manner? How do you use it as a possibility depending on what the possibilities for that site is, whether it is actually, for instance, a frontier area where you want to actually look into the community there. We also found that with good intent in the regulations and guidance that do exist, because they weren't written at a time where we have now evolved, something as simple as a form FDA 1572 and the amount of confusion it takes to identify how do I fill out this form to say who's accountable for the patient oversight and care in this trial. And without that guidance, without that clarity, without the case studies, we end up finding that this puts a huge amount of burden on those who are actually closest to the patient, which means they don't want to participate, which means we won't actually see those patients. So these are some case studies that I think in the effort of learning and sharing, I take it one step further. Let's not only share, but take accountability of then translating that into our respective areas. So it's very passive to share information. But what I've always loved about regulatory and compliance is you can't learn it solely in a book or a classroom. You have to experience it and you have to learn from each other. So happy to share more experiences from a sponsor perspective, but those are the key topics.
Thank you, Amy.
Great, thank you. So I want to thank you, Duke-Margolis and FDA for the invitation, and also the first two speakers in the first panel for setting up a lot of what I want to talk about. So I'm an oncologist by training, and I have the unique perspective that I spent over a decade at FDA in the oncology review group, mostly on the CDER side, but of course with the OCE, we also did some work in CBER. And now I'm at the CMO at a large global CRO, and so we conduct phase 1 to phase 4 studies. We use all the techniques and technologies that have been discussed already today. And the first thing I want to say is congratulations to FDA for the approval this week of the pediatric rare disease using an external control that came out of CBER. That was an amazing approval, and I think they deserve applause for what they did to get that approval across the board and using external controls for that. So kudos to FDA. I do want to say that as a representative that usually doesn't get a seat at the table, both CROs, a lot of the data management groups and suppliers, a lot of the sort of technology suppliers, we don't get a seat at the table when it comes to discussing a lot of the innovations. And the pathways that we have to discuss it is mostly through sponsors or through conferences like this. So thank you for inviting me, because I have a lot to say. So I want to touch on a couple of things that have been discussed. So decentralized trials, we've conducted almost 300, and I would echo B. I think our experience has been incorporating elements of decentralized elements into trials has been wildly successful for us as a CRO, but trying to do an entirely decentralized trial is incredibly difficult and, not a surprise, incredibly expensive. And not always successful. And one of the key learnings that we found when we went back and did some research on our own studies is that not every patient wants to do a decentralized trial. During COVID, not one oncology patient that I talked to didn't want to see their oncologist in person and didn't want to do the scans where they usually do their scans. Another survey that we did where we were trying to combine diversity and decentralized elements to enroll a more diverse population, we found that a lot of patients who were enrolled into studies didn't want visits at their home for various reasons. They didn't want the study coordinators to see their home. They may or may not have had relatives living in the home who were not legal residents, and they were concerned about that. There were lots of concerns about having people come into their homes so that they wanted to go to a point of care. So how do we build that infrastructure for a point of care that is near their home and supports them, but doesn't actually come into their home if that's not what they want? So that's just one example. The other thing that, of course, we do as a CRO, we do a lot of risk-based quality management. And so we're the ones who do a lot of that organization around clinical trials for the sponsors with whom we work. And so we're the ones who are actually implementing those policies. And so we always put comments into the dockets for guidances because we love the guidances. We would love it if the guidances came out as quickly as they did during COVID. And if they had a little bit more specifics to them too. I understand that guidances, having written many myself at FDA, that sometimes they take a long time to clear, and sometimes it's difficult to put in specific examples. But with these really technical elements to studies now, we really would love some specific examples so that we can follow them more closely. Talking about data monitoring, I actually went on a CRA visit with one of our CRAs at Parexel because I wanted to understand how it worked. And when I went with them to see the amount of source data verification they have to do, as an oncologist, I went to an oncology CRA visit because I wanted to see how they monitor an oncology study. Those CRAs always work with the idea that FDA is going to check every box. And so I would love to talk a little bit more about how the review divisions interact with the FDA inspectors, because sometimes the data that we're verifying, we spend a lot of time and a lot of money on verifying data that may not be important. And is that our fault for designing studies like that, perhaps? Or is it that we need to focus on really what the key data are for clinical trials for submission to regulatory agencies? So I've covered a broad swath of topics, and I'll stop. Thanks.
Okay, so I also feel like the first panel and the earlier speakers set the tone, and we've already heard the phrase fit for purpose in a couple different ways today. Janet used it in terms of fit for purpose of data. Bea used it, I think, in terms of design. My topic is going to be fit for purpose of ethical oversight of clinical research. So we all know that in this country, and it's true globally as well, there is a remarkable infrastructure and oversight system to make sure that patients who join clinical research are protected, that they know they're in research, that they have the right to say yes or no. And in my mind, that is not only extraordinarily important and has been remarkably successful in that in what is really only 50 years, people don't even realize how normal it is, how much we just assume, of course we're going to do those things as part of clinical research. What I want to put forward in my few remarks is that my sense is that this remarkable apparatus and the way that we implement it and the kind of consent that we require works really well and is fit for purpose for certain kinds of clinical research, and certainly early phase research and a lot of pre-market research. And as we move further and further into more embedded, real-world, post-market, comparative effectiveness, operations research, rigorous patient safety research, we not only get all this really remarkable amount of what I always call stunning confusion about what the requirements need to be. But I would argue that, again, if we think back to the real purpose, which is making sure that risks, uncertainties, impact on the amount of choice that the patient or doctor has in determining their care, that for as we move forward in some of these worlds, we are less likely to be having the kind of fit for purpose we want. And my other little sort of editorial contextual comment, and then I'll move on to some wish list recommendations, which is what we as panelists were asked to do. There is obviously a real cost to having a lack of fit for purpose, or having this sort of one-size-fits-all approach to ethical oversight. It certainly is very costly. There's a huge amount of, I chair a national IRB right now. I've sat on a lot of IRBs. It's a huge infrastructure. Again, I think it's really important, but it has to be, like all tools, used appropriately for different contexts rather than thought about that there's, I'm a hammer, there's one nail. But the other downside, as so many people before me have already said, is it's just too much, and so many places won't do it. To have to go through the kind of informed consent that we require, I would say appropriately, for a very experimental, we're not sure what this is going to do for you trial. For other kinds of trials where we're trying to learn more about things that are perhaps post-market, where it's really hard to defend the idea that what patients are getting in a trial is that different from what they would have experienced in their ongoing recommended care. It's really quite a disincentive for the clinicians who already don't have enough time to do their day job to ask them to do all of these other things in the name of ethics. And then, of course, the other biggest ethics problem with that one-size-fits-all model is that the whole point of this enterprise from a larger big E ethics perspective is to get better treatments to patients who need them. And if we're vastly slowing down our research enterprise or vastly narrowing the populations we are able to include for all the reasons the people before me today have already articulated, then we are ultimately, in what we might say out loud, in the name of patient interest, we are completely, I think, disserving patients. So I have three recommendations that I wanted to put out there, and they're all in the frame of a little more guidance would be helpful. And I have a sense that actually both FDA and OHRP believe in a lot of this, but I think it would be very helpful for the research community to have more guidance on the following three things. So the first is to provide guidance and give some examples of where clinical research should and should not be considered minimal risk. So I think we all know intuitively that research has a very wide spectrum of how risky it is, of again how much uncertainty there is around the research product that's going to be studied in the trial. Again, a lot of these are already post-market, on again the impact on what I often call meaningful choice. I can say more about what that means later, on the patient and the physician in choosing what the patient is getting. But giving more guidance on when clinical research could be considered minimal risk and why, I think would be very helpful. Right now, with the language that exists in both OHRP and FDA regulations about no more than the risks we encounter in daily life, the examples that are always given are surveys, retrospective records reviews, and I think intuitively people believe there might be a few other examples. Related, my second recommendation, which really is relevant the more we are doing real clinical research embedded where patients are getting their care, is to say out loud that the risks and uncertainties and burdens that we care about in determining how much oversight is appropriate, in determining that fit for purpose, are the additional risks, burdens, uncertainties, impact on patient and physician choice that are caused by being part of the research that would not have been there if the patient were receiving the kind of recommended care for their relevant clinical condition if they were not in it. I think we've all seen far too much confusion of the risks of a drug that is post-market that the patient would have gotten anyway or something like it anyway, being considered the risk of the trial. And again, my recommendation is let's talk about the marginal risks, but say out loud to IRBs who, for understandable reasons, are very risk averse, don't want to go out on a limb, that it's appropriate to measure the marginal, the additional risks, burdens, uncertainties, et cetera. And then my third recommendation is to give guidance and I would say encourage when it's appropriate to use streamlined consent mechanisms, what in the regs are all called alterations of consent, rather than thinking in clinical research, do we need to get consent or not? People think of consent as a dichotomous obligation, do I need to get it or do I not? And it turns out, I think many of us would agree if we were sitting around and chatting about this, that there's a lot of research that's pretty low risk, it's post-market, it's happening in clinical settings, it's not really high risk, but I feel a little squeamish about not letting anybody know it's happening. But it also doesn't feel quite right to pull out the long, whole other conversation about the way we do traditional consent is appropriate, but to have the kind of dedicated separate discussion that pre-market and highly experimental research ought to have in these other settings. And the regs require the same kind of criteria for alteration as they do for waiver. It's like, okay, those are the regs. I don't think we're going to get a change in the regs for a long time, but guidance can be quite impactful. We all know that. A lot of people have talked about it. And to have guidance that says, for this kind of research, something streamlined, here's what we mean by that. It can be a video. It can be a bulleted fact sheet. It can be a short oral conversation between the physician and the patient, or the nurse and the patient, saying, look, there's a couple different meds we can use here. I agree that a lot of antidepressants would be reasonable for starting you on. I agree that a lot of antihypertensives would be reasonable for starting you on. I'm part of a big national group that's going to sort of randomly assign you to one. If you don't want to be part of that, fine. Your care otherwise is exactly the same. We're keeping track of which does better. I'll let you know in a couple years, just letting you know that's happening. All of these I call streamlined. So I will stop there, but those would be my recommendations.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Next up, Kara Elzarad.
Thanks so much. So let me just start by saying I'm really excited to be part of this meeting. My staff always ask, we always go to clinical trial meetings. And in the last few years, as you can imagine, there were many. And they always ask, so what's new? And I do feel like this meeting is really ushering a little bit a different focus. We're moving us from theory to applied, if you would. I believe implementation is increasingly becoming the focus. So I'm really excited to be part of that. So a little bit about our policies that we've been developing over the last 5 or so years. This is inclusive of DHTs, DCTs, GCP, and beyond. You will hopefully notice themes that we start addressing technology use a little bit more via examples. We start addressing the use of healthcare providers, a little bit more of a targeted approach around that, but also logistical approaches, think of DCTs and all the approaches that have to combine with that. So beyond that, we also noticed that we're not covering all scenarios by those guidances. So what's the best approach here to provide the flexibility needed, knowing that, frankly, in the future, we may see things that we did not address or we did not anticipate. So you will also notice that we're approaching concepts such as proportionality, risk-based approach, fitness for purpose as an umbrella concept across those guidances. And this also goes to ICH as well. This is an anticipation that flexibility is needed, and ultimately the focus should be on the 2 pillars of GCB, patient protections, participants protections, and the reliability of results. Now, saying all of this, I do acknowledge that over the last 10 to 20 years, you always hear about where we should be going, and a lot of those targets are still the same targets that we have right now. And as we heard about risk-based monitoring, for example, quality by design, we haven't made much progress, and I think that's a challenge for all of us to really ask why and how to pivot into achieving those goals a little bit faster than we did. One key area, I believe, is supporting implementation. It's not good enough to have a good policy. How do we collectively support the implementation and the accurate interpretation of those policies? Patricia highlighted for us, for example, that we have to link policy to the review, to the inspections. And that's something I think is really critical for us, and we're focusing on via internal training, via internal engagement, and the way we shape the groups that actually develop those policies. However, going beyond that, I do believe collectively we have to work on normalizing innovations. It's kind of sometimes a little bit embarrassing what we call innovations at this point. Dr. Leonard Sack in my group who works on DCT always tells me, DCTs goes back all the way to the 1980s, sometimes the 70s, so what are we talking about when we're talking about innovations? So I think innovations should be normalized, and I think we should look at them as a must, not nice to have. And how do we get to that state of mind, if you would, change management, I think is a challenge both for the agency and for our collective stakeholders. I know we hate the word pilot to a certain extent, but I think we do need targeted and scalable use cases. And use cases that will not just die after accomplishing their target, that produce some level of generalizable results in a sense that we can all adopt certain techniques or certain approaches as acceptable, as reasonable, as fit for purpose. I think that's really a must for us moving forward. And I'm excited also to see that even at the agency, we're seeing some kind of a change management in a sense that we're seeing those small focus groups, or focal group, if you would, that will bring different expertise together to start addressing key problems. I have multiple examples of that at a high level. One key recent example is around digital health technology. When we have the review divisions meeting with the policy developers, and so including inspectors and auditors on our side, and collectively trying to address a challenge. recognizing that we cannot spend 2 years to develop a guidance to answer that. You know, we really need to a little bit more, be more robust in that sense. So all that together, I'm really hopeful to see this shift, and you know, I think the agency itself and CDER specifically is really want to be a cornerstone for that to help facilitate that shift. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Care. Martin Landry?
Thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here. It's particularly great, actually, to have met just the last break the very first FDA inspector who ever came and visited me. It's great to see you, Jonathan. I want to set a bit of scope first, because I think if we're not careful, even in a meeting today when we're talking about clinical trials, we confuse a number of different dimensions. And so I'm just going to sort of try and narrow down, if you like, and so you got the sense of where I'm focused. So, Patricia, you talked earlier on about, you gave some examples of where innovations might be possible in the first instance, label extension or expansion, post-marketing, rare disease. I actually think whilst those have some common themes, it's also helpful to think of those quite differently. In rare disease, there are by definition very few people, and the question is, tends to be looking at quite experimental treatments. One's risk appetite and appetite for uncertainty is different, and the questions about how you involve those people who by and large they and their families know they have that problem is a rather different issue. From what my field is, and that's a really important area, but I have little to contribute in that particular context. There's a different set of issues, which is more around, if you like, public health, the big burden diseases, the sorts of stuff that Janet and Monica were talking about this morning and other people were talking about, that is leading to falling life expectancy overall in the United States, and in particular, I was going to say pockets of society. Sadly, it's not pockets. The forgotten half of America is one way of thinking about it. You can define that how you want. So I think there are some rather different things there. The second is, I don't actually think that the regulatory licensed versus not licensed is the right sort of mindset, for a few reasons, one of which is it can disincentivize quite a large part of the system from any form of innovation. Those people who are on the pre-marketing space, whether they're within your own agency or whether they're outside and they're in pharma or drug development or CRO or whatever it might be, this is all very well. This is being talked about as innovation for later. We don't need to innovate. We need to be careful about that. And I'm also minded that, again, it comes back to my rare versus common, that there are that a phase 3 pivotal outcome trial looks very different in size, shape, and behavior in different sorts of diseases and contexts. And so even a phase 2 trial in something like, I don't know, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, those sorts of areas, might have 1,000 people in it and might be substantially larger than the total number of patients put in trials in many other conditions, not even the ultra-rare conditions, and maybe much more practical or pragmatic. I don't like the word pragmatic because it suggests you're cutting corners. Practical is what I'm after. That a 1,000-patient hypertension trial for phase 2 might be quite different. It may look much more like a post-marketing trial in other spaces. So again, I think we just need to be careful in our language about and our thoughts. My second set of comments would be that there's a lot of talk about innovation. As people have alluded to along the panel, there's not much that we're talking about today that's desperately new. You know, the US physicians study was a decentralized trial in 1982. Point of care trials were the acute heart attack trials in the 70s and 80s. We were using real world data for many trials in the 80s and 90s, and so on and so forth. So there's not a whole load that's new. Platform trials, well, isn't a factorial trial a platform trial? And I can think of some of those from the 1980s too. So there's not a whole lot that's new, but the point that's been made is that the innovations have often not been adopted. But to understand when and how to innovate one has to actually understand what's important, what does a good trial look like. And often, and particularly when we're trying to innovate in circumstances you haven't seen before, and the pandemic illustrated this, you really need to understand the fundamental principles of what matters in a trial. That brings me to quality by design, a piece of work that I worked with Janet and others on, it's well over a decade ago now, and which is still only just sort of creaking its way forwards. And Care actually mentioned proportionality. Proportional to what? If you're an inspector, proportional to what? If you're focused on data, proportional to what? If you're a regulatory decision maker, proportional to what? Let's think carefully about what are the issues in a particular trial, or potentially errors in a particular trial, that might really matter. Perfect data, one, it arguably doesn't exist. Two, is unknowable when you've achieved it. And three, is neither necessary nor sufficient in every circumstance. Data that's good enough for the purpose you put it to, with the analytic approach you take to it and the interpretation you apply to it, is a different matter. I would much rather have complete information simply from death certificates about what happened to the patients in my trial than have perfect data on an incomplete subset, as an example. So the data don't need to be perfect. We spend a lot of time checking and verifying and fine-tuning the data we've already got and ignoring the data and the information we're missing. And if we're not careful in the pursuit of overemphasizing that data must be perfect, people say, well, I won't use that data source. I'll discard that entire source of information or evidence because the regulatory risk, is how some people would put it, but the burden and so on and so forth is too great to use that piece of information. So one needs to be careful about how one phrases these things in order to actually, one, not disincentivize good practice, and two, in order to help people think about proportionality. Finally, we have to all the time build on what we've got. The health system is flawed, people are flawed, the regulatory system is flawed, academia is flawed, and so on and so forth. That is the nature of individuals and societies, sorry. But if one spends one's time hoping for perfection and saying when we can access all the data in EHR systems, when we can access every patient in the country, when we can access every rural community, every primary care setup and so on, then we can do great stuff. We will never make progress. Not in our lifetime, not in our children's lifetime, and not beyond that. So we have to build on what's there, and there is a lot that is there. Now, Kathy, you highlighted this when you talked about proportionate ethics. Build on what's there with regards to the risks that already exist to the sorts of patients that are being treated under the usual clinical care. There's knowledge about the existing treatments. There's actually already usual clinical competence within the health system. There are already usual organizational and control structures. We don't necessarily need to repeat 1572's delegation of duty logs, oversight records, and all that other stuff in every circumstance, ubiquitously to perfection. So you've got perfect documents for a trial that never happened and was deliberately kept smaller and smaller because you can't scale that sort of stuff. And think about, as I've said before, think about data that is fit for your purpose in the context in which you're going to analyze it. Let's move from sort of quality by design to quality by engineering. Let's use data, technology, systems, partnerships, people, policy in order to move from quality by design to quality by engineering so we get the evidence we need on safety and efficacy of medicines and improve health that way. Thank you.
Well, that's terrific. Thank you, Martin, and thank you to all the panelists. Have you been using quality engineering? Quality by engineering? Are we unveiling that today?
Well, the catchphrase is mine, sorry. It came to me, last week or on the flight on the way over. But yes, we are. We have been for 20 years. Use technology as an example. Case report systems, as an example, we moved from paper case report forms to electronic case report forms. Basically, most of them are simple data entry systems in which, instead of allowing the doctor at the front line to write stuff on a piece of paper and somebody else enter it into a database, you cut out the cheap person, the person who's entering the data, and you give more work to the expensive person, the person at the front, with little time at the front end, and the data system, the case report form system, is essentially just data entry. You can put some validation checks in to make sure the diastolic blood pressure isn't higher than the systolic blood pressure and so on. But what we've been doing for 20 years is actually taking the protocol, reshaping the protocol in places where you need to. And a really good protocol should be something that you can draw as a flow chart on the wall. Now, you might need a very, very big wall because protocols have a lot of information being applied and a lot of decisions being made. But that's not just actually the patient flow, that's all the organizational and oversight stuff, the logistics, the drug supply, the pharmacovigilance and everything else. Those are all workflows. And you can put all of that into one box, just like air traffic control, just like Amazon, just like online banking, just like the fact I can get off the plane in Dulles, I can wave my phone at a machine and a guy gives me a cup of coffee. My account has gone down a certain number of pounds. Starbucks account has got, or whoever it is, has gone up a certain number of dollars. The exchange rate has happened. International exchange rates are adjusted on the basis of that. My creditworthiness is adjusted on the basis of that. Somebody's working out on interbank lending rates. Financial planning is happening, all part of that same system. Am I in control of my data? Where's the top copy of my bank statement? If the bank makes an error, do I get to, and then readjust it? Do I have to do anything? No. We have to move, we can engineer into this, into the system, we can turn the protocol into electronics, and we can turn data and technology into a single universal version of the truth, where you then, everybody's accessing the same information real time. You really lock down who can see and do what based on training, roles, responsibilities, and all that other stuff. Is that possible for every single trial? No. Is it necessary for every single trial? Absolutely not. The most efficient way, says he who doesn't do early phase trials, the most efficient way to do early phase trials is to have 4 people look at, all next to the patient, all looking over each other's shoulder. I bet if you worked out how many dollars you had to spend on that, it would turn out to be cheaper to apply 4 people to do one task than it would to be for all the electronics that you put in place and all the other stuff. But when you get to scale, that doesn't scale. That model obviously doesn't scale. That's when one takes a very different approach. That's my field, if you like.
So I'd like to respond to that a little bit, because I think we're talking about it at a macro level, which is great. I agree we have the technology and the data to do all this, but we also have to take it down back to the patient level, because at the patient level, we have not said that we are basically going to ignore all the risks that come with our data. We want to keep our data more private, and we want to protect the patient, and we're doing experiments with the patient's permission. So I think some of what we're talking about in these large ecosystems, we have to maybe just take a pause and think about, is the patient signing up for all of this? Because the patient isn't when they sign up for a clinical trial. They're not signing up for, like, yeah, you can look at my bank account and maybe you take some out and you do an exchange rate. Like, they're signing up with their health and allowing us to take part of that from them, and they're not signing away everything. So I think we have to be very careful about that point when a patient signs up for a clinical trial with informed consent, because they're not consenting to everything. And to your point, do we need to maybe adjust some of our informed consent so that it's more clear which parts we are taking and which parts they are giving us permission to use? Because we're talking about something that's very big, but we have to bring the patient along with it and think about them in that system, because we're not always in that thought process.
Oh, the patient's the way you start, and patient's the way you finish.
Yeah,
All I'm saying is that you take all the workload that is not on the patient and not at the interface with the patient, you take all that away, and you can do huge amounts there. But the patients are absolutely central to this. And do they sign up to this? I'm not saying share their bank accounts. I'm using that as a metaphor, as a parallel example But what I am saying is that there is so much that is going on in those sort of spheres, innovation that's going on in other sectors, that we are currently not using and not deploying, and that is actually disadvantaging patients because it makes it harder for them to get involved, harder for frontline doctors to get or nurses to get involved. We're placing obstacles.
Agreed. I understand that you're making a metaphor and that it's a parallel, but it's not a direct parallel because, first of all, this is an elective thing to join a clinical trial. And when we talk about missing data, why do we have missing data? Because we're making the trials too difficult for patients. They don't want to stay in. Maybe they don't see the benefits of all the burden of the trial. And so I think I hear you saying that we need to start with the patient, but we don't always start with the patient, and that's one of the issues with why we have so much missing data. So,
can I add to that a little bit in the context of ICH, actually? So I do agree with Amy. I think that's really a critical aspect. The same issue came up in the context of the European regulations requiring that once you withdraw, you can have the right to withdraw your data as well. And from a practical perspective, that's not always feasible in the context of clinical trials. Your data has already been utilized for interim analysis, et cetera. So how do we really articulate to participants really the extent of the use of their data? That's definitely a topic that we're dabbling with, especially in light of trials or observational studies potentially in the future that may utilize data, from previous participants as well. So it's a big issue, and I think we really need to figure it out how we're going to address it, especially at the global stage. And just a minor point regarding data, as mentioned before, there are examples of real-world data registries, external controls that are being utilized successfully in regulatory applications at this point. But that doesn't negate really the aspect of asking the questions from the very beginning, is this fit for purpose? I think there are quite a bit of data out there that's simply not adequate quality-wise, et cetera. So it doesn't take away that important aspect. In ICH, we highlight, for example, that quality is fitness for purpose. So we do understand there's no data sets that's perfectly accurate or perfectly complete. That's something I think we face. But is it fit for purpose? Does it still give you what you want to do to rely on the questions, on the answer? Thanks.
I thought maybe I could bring it all a bit together because as a global sponsor, we often have to reconcile all the needs and all the regions and the requirements and the limitations. And one of the things that we think a lot about is, Martin, you painted a picture of potentially an ecosystem of the future and in which you have a lot more seamless, fit for purpose and quality by engineering. And then I think Amy's reflecting where we are today, where we actually have to work to build to that future, and that requires a lot of systematic change across the different ecosystems. So one of the things that maybe I can comment on is some practical ideas that's what FDA said that they wanted to hear. What we love is when you do actually see innovation and they take it all away for regulatory purposes. We love it when that's published. We would love to see more transparency. Maybe that's even just adding a little bit in the summary basis of approval. But we also see that not everyone gets that information. So how do we make sure that that information gets to not only the people who attend these meetings and listen in, but also to the community practice, to the patient that does not necessarily have that maturity and capability to know where to get that information. So I think there is a lot more work we can do to not only make sure that information, those case studies, those learnings are in the ecosystem, but how that actually gets to the people that need it the most. And frankly, it's probably not always the sponsors and the other regulators. It's actually those that we need to entice and incentivize to participate in clinical research. So that's one major topic that I'd love for us to continue discussing in this meeting. The second one is the relationship on how we also talk about quality like it's a separate thing. Just like compliance or regulatory, it should all be embedded in how we think about clinical research, drug development. And one of the things that we also see at our own organization is that there's cultural differences to the groups that actually take accountability for those different aspects. And we see that also at the agency. And we've tried different experiments, and there's something that I'll just throw out there. It's called a quality brief, which is to try to change our way of interacting with the regulator so it's not a defensive position that's full of fear about what are they going to nitpick about the conduct of our trial, but more that here's what we see. we know we've got some gaps in our data set, or we know that when we conducted the trial, there might be some concerns. But here's what we've done to mitigate it. Here's what we're doing to actually try to raise the quality so that it's not a concern for you. We put a couple of those in our new molecular entity applications, and the agency didn't know what to do with it. And the clinical review division was like, I thought that was for the OSI folks, and the OSI folks were like, we thought that was for the clinical folks. And so I think these are examples of places where sponsors are willing to try different ways of helping not only our own internal cultural differences in change management, but helping the agencies if they're willing to accept it. So I bring this up as an example of maybe tools that we could use to help that implementation, knowledge sharing, and accountability to then make those changes.
Yep. Go ahead.
Just following those points, we need to find ways to celebrate innovation and trials that don't lead to regulatory approval. I think that's going to be very, very important. But secondly, I'm wearing a different hat here, so it's a good time to disclose that I am a statistician. I do think that there is a major opportunity to engage more the statisticians in these trials to thoughtfully provide trial performance metrics. That is what I see as a missing piece in a lot of this. In order to support innovation and motivate innovation, you got to show metrics that it actually works to enroll faster, or lead to other benefits for a sponsor. As a trial network, we're in a position that we have sort of this global view, and so we do have metrics to provide. At our coordinated center, we run a lot of investigator-initiated studies. So we are able, when we made the move from on-site monitoring to risk-based monitoring to remote monitoring, we're generating metrics of how that impacts our data, how that impacts the treatment effects we generate. We can kind of go back and do sensitivity analyses, and it gave me comfort. I will say, I was nervous, but it gave me comfort, and it's data that we can show our sponsors as well. Specifically, obviously in a disease-specific network, we have very specific endpoints that we can kind of look to. But following up on one of the prior points, the burden on our sites is real. There is so much turnover, and we have to be mindful of that and what we're asking of our sites for these trials. So it's an incredible challenge.
Yep, absolutely. And I think I want to pick up on a lot of these topics. And before I move on to the next question, I do want to remind folks that we will be taking questions for those of you that are in the room, and also for those of you online. If you visit slido.com, the code is CTI, and the questions will be magically beamed to me up here. So there are a couple of topics that I really wanted to make sure that we get a chance to touch on. One is communication back with the regulators throughout the clinical development process, and even post to follow up on how things have gone. Another is future-proofing of the guidance and whether that's realistic moving forward. And also thinking about, from your experiences, how to help instill confidence in other organizations that might be navigating areas where to them the regulation isn't offering, or the guidance isn't offering a perfect answer to their question. So I want to start with that notion of communication with the regulators. And Amy, I think you brought it up earlier too. There are some set paths for the stakeholders that we think of as traditional, but for some others, the routes might not be as direct. And so I'd love to hear thoughts from this panel on how to address that.
So as a non-sponsor who would love to communicate more with FDA, I would love it if there were a type of meeting similar to the types of meetings that sponsors get that's separate for non-sponsor holders. So, maybe we need a type S meeting or NS for non-sponsors that has specific timelines, because it's very difficult, sometimes, as I work with clients who my clients have meetings at FDA every week, and sometimes we're included and sometimes we're not, and we try to advise on what good questions are and how to interact with the agency. But sometimes the questions we need answered as the people who are actually in the weeds doing the trial don't get asked, because it's not germane to what the sponsor needs to ask the FDA. So I would love a type of meeting for a non-sponsor, so maybe in the next PDUFA negotiations.
Yeah, I would like to echo that. I mean, we are not an IND holder, and so we don't have that golden ticket, for instance, for the Complex Innovative Design Program. And so, you know, from our lens as well, you know, we're developing approaches and innovative approaches to work in a sponsor-agnostic fashion. I think that's important. And so, you know, offering those opportunities for study design approaches that we can work with our sponsors for is important. You know, when you enter into a meeting with a sponsor, that there's confidentiality there. We can't necessarily apply all of those learnings across our pipeline. So.
And maybe from a sponsor perspective, I can comment that even when there is perception that we have the golden ticket, we see a lot of differences in how each of the review divisions actually do grant those meetings and give feedback also. So I think that there's always a pro and con, and I think what we also hear is we need more. We need more ways and opportunities to talk, and not always in a public meeting because of the confidentiality issues. Sometimes even as a sponsor, we have those meetings, but we don't want to talk about just one molecule. We want to talk about the whole thing we're seeing. We want, where do we take those discussions? And often it's usually only in the public meetings. So I think what you're hearing is that from all angles, there is a desire to have more dialogue. And yet from the agencies, I'm going to guess, is you're going to say, where's the time and resources for that as well? And that's what we've seen when working across the different review divisions and also across regulators globally. You see very different capabilities, different resources, the ability to interact. And so I think that's always going to be a limiting constraint and factor. So one of the things that we may want to think about is how it's not about sponsor, regulatory, and individual, how we start to learn each other's world. So it's actually we can each speak and represent and better understand what our lives look like on a day-to-day and how it's not always, I need your specific time. Maybe at some point, maybe that could be possible, but I do think that there's an element of, there's a lot of myths and perceptions out there, and the more we talk to each other and break those down and teach each other about what it actually looks like to be at a site, to be an investigator, to be a patient, to be a sponsor, reconciling all these issues, I think that then we can have more productive conversations with the very limited time we have.
So maybe this is not the same level of details you're asking for, but we have some success with our committees, like the Real World Committee, for example, and the DHT committee that actually dabbles onto DCTs as well by engaging external experts. You know, people usually have an idea or a program that's somewhat developed and they want to see how FDA really would react to it. And we typically assemble a group of experts. We say, like, obviously that the discussion is not regulatory in nature, no regulatory decision will be made, but the dialogue is academic in nature, and it allows really a mutual learning environment here. We found those meetings to be really useful, especially with something new or potentially new modality, new device, new tool, new approach, statistical approach sometimes, and how do we really manage all of that from that point of view. I know you're asking for a little bit more details, more targeted engagement, but that could be something potentially for clinical trials, you know, like a GCP or conduct, you know, issue in a clinical trial. Not in a negative way, conduct, you know.
Yeah, great. Martin?
The power of examples. This is all about confidence and trust. That's internal confidence within any organization across the sector. But it's also including within FDA. And it's sort of external confidence to each other. And there's nothing like examples and success for everybody to want to copy that. You could consider it to be, you know, the sort of lemmings off the cliff, but nobody wants to be that first lemming. Sometimes I feel like perhaps that's my job. I'm hoping the rest of you are going to follow. But, you know, as an example, you know, the recovery trial, 48,000 people randomized, point of care, every single hospital in the country takes part. The profile of participants in that trial exactly matches the profile of participants being admitted with COVID. 15 or so drugs studied. Now it turns out that only 4 of those were successful. That was the non-successful ones was also really powerful. There were some quite famous examples of those. But amongst the successful ones, it's not just generics like dexamethasone. It's not just repurposed drugs like tocilizumab and baricitinib. It's entirely new drugs that essentially didn't exist on the day we started the trial. like the effectiveness of Regeneron's monoclonal antibodies. Now, it could be, those just happen to be the examples we used. But the point is that suddenly everybody's talking about point of care trials, everybody's talking about platform trials. All the data, or a substantial proportion of the data, was real-world data that was collected in terms of follow-up, because we were worried about loss to follow-up. Not because it was the patient's fault or the doctor's fault, but because patients were moving around the country from hospital to hospital as their care was stepped up and stepped down, because that was the nature of the care pathways exacerbated in that particular context. But there's an example of something which actually was quite different, and then people are talking about those elements, and then Janet Woodcock, Patrizia, and Rob Califf published in JAMA Internal Medicine a piece about which I didn't know anything until it came out, including the line in the last paragraph, streamlining and quality are not opposed. Now that, it seems to me, is an incredibly important line, as I say, I had no idea the piece was coming out at all, but as a reference point. And some of those drugs led to EUAs in both directions, depending on the results, and some of those led to full licenses, in one case to the full licenses in 35 different territories, including here in the US. So it suddenly shows and gives an example. Maybe not everybody knows it. Maybe people feel it's not quite right for my circumstance, but we're beginning to say, actually, real-world data can never be used in the context of randomized trials to get a license. FDA will never accept it. There is now an example that says, oh, yes, they will. And so these examples, I think, help build up the confidence, both internally within the agency, but also within each of our organizations and the wider sector. And if you like, externally, we begin to get more confident. And I think the more we can do and think about how we promote, if you like, I mean that in a sort of, certainly a non-regulatory, but in a sort of how we explain to others and make that clear to others, and we propagate the information. The more we can do that, the greater the confidence and the interest becomes, and then I think we start to see some success. Guidances are really helpful, if they're well written, and meetings are helpful, but there's nothing quite like an example for people to say, actually it's real and we're not the first lemming.
So that is such a perfect example of quality by design study that, was a moment in time. It was such a fantastic study because it was so simple in its data collection. It had such a good endpoint, hard endpoint, and it was forced by a situation where we were desperate for answers. And so we were, that study was so beautifully done. And how do we apply that to other disease areas and other situations where we're not quite as desperate? Because you couldn't have designed a better study for that time point.
That's the key thing, and I'm glad you started with quality by design, because what I started with was a blank piece of paper. And I started with the principles. I had a paper from 1985 about why we needed some trials should be large and streamlined. It didn't say all trials. I had an example actually from the 1980s from acute heart attack. I had the principles that we were working up for the Good Clinical Trials Collaborative of what makes a good trial, not just the ICH, answer the question, look after the patients, but the context, take people's views into account, build on what's there, think about efficiency, think about quality decision-making and quality improvement, all those sorts of pieces too. But I started with a blank piece of paper and said, what's the things I need to write on this piece of paper in order to have a good study? And what are the things I need to do around that in order to make sure that we then now deliver on that? And that's very different from, here is a standard protocol, what do I delete out of that? What do I not need to do? Because you'll always end up with, if you take with a sort of master set and strike out a few things versus start with nothing and add in, you'll end up with a more streamlined trial on the add-in side. And again, to reiterate a point I made earlier, there are lots and lots of trials which are sort of Me Too trial, bioequivalence trials, early phase 2, dose finding, all that sort of stuff. In a disease area, the 27th immunology drug for some dermatology condition. Actually, you probably are quicker just taking the standard protocol and just doing it. But when you've got something big and different, now in my case, big and different means it's a big problem, we need a lot of people. In other people's cases, big and different is this is a really rare disease with a very specific context, and therefore we need to do something really different. But recognizing when you're in those sort of two tails, if you like, that actually starting with the sort of the business as usual and tweaking it a bit isn't sufficient. You've actually got to start with a blank piece of paper and think again. But I am very clear, please don't copy recovery. Copy the mindset that went into recovery. Do not copy recovery, because it was designed for its time, for its purpose. It's been adapted over time to meet, and so on, to meet slightly different purposes as the situation's evolved. But do not copy the recovery trial, copy the thought process, and your trial will end up, whatever it is, will end up looking different to my trial, and it should do.
Yeah, so I think that's so instructive for so many things we're talking about in terms of compliance and data collection and everything that comes. You know, when you run a clinical study, you add one more endpoint and it creates this flow. It's almost like an avalanche of everything that has to happen after, you know, talking about, you know, looking at the flow of a study. You know, every endpoint that you add, it's another point that you collect, it's another point you have to clean, it's another point that gets queried, and then you finally get to database lock. So there are consequences to every data point that you add, and the lessons we can learn from that study of what do we actually need to collect and what do we actually need to clean, whether it's to submit to an agency or not. That's what we need to take from a study like this and other examples of what are the key data elements that need to be followed for the study, for demonstrating the key efficacy and safety endpoints, and for submitting to the agencies, what are those key endpoints that we need to follow and clean throughout the study? And that, if we could answer that for the different disease areas, all of our lives would be simpler.
Great, thank you. I wanted to bring in one of the audience questions, which is related to some other topics we had, kind of future looking and thinking about guidance potentially related to AI and ML moving forward. So one of the questions was, what avenues exist for a consortium of sponsors, data providers, and technologists, name redacted, just kidding, they didn't put it in, to engage FDA stakeholders in data quality and AI reproducibility challenges?
So maybe I can touch on that a little bit, and I hope everybody got a chance to see our latest publication just from a couple of days ago on how FDA centers are working together on advancing AI. This is one critical area that we heard from the community, that they want to make sure that the Center for Devices, Center for Drugs and Biologics are moving in alignment around the use of AI, and hopefully that will clarify that. We're definitely having multiple efforts around AI with the goal of providing a guidance in alignment with the requirement of the executive order around AI. So we do have working groups. We do have an email address on our website. There is a specific page on AI that we welcome questions and input on. We have, as I mentioned, a cross-center group that could do listening sessions if there's somebody's interested in sharing a specific topic for discussion. Now, the level of maturity of that topic will have to be weighed, obviously, so it's not, those meetings are really a mutual learning opportunity across the board for something that could be part of the drug development, biologics development, or device development as well. I know Center for Devices have different modality for engagement. I'm not prepared to talk about them because I don't know as much, but they do have definitely engagement venues as well.
Terrific. And I want to broaden that, I think, for the rest of the panelists. So we have, we've seen the discussion paper in AI and ML and the latest paper that Kara just noted, really showcasing the coordination and focal areas across centers at FDA. I'm curious if there are forward-looking recommendations that we can provide based on the experience of trying to pull in innovative methods or analytic techniques into trials moving forward. How do we want to see this play out? I've heard case examples. I've heard potentially more rapid guidance documents. What else can we take and apply moving forward into AI and ML?
So maybe I can just comment from a sponsor's perspective. There's different categories of AI and ML application, and I think a lot of times people go to the generative AI, but we also do a lot of the very unsexy but very helpful things like bots that help us actually transfer and pull the data from the databases into regulatory documentation. Things behind the scenes that, to be frank, no one wants to really list, like how the sausage is made. But that really helps us actually be a lot more efficient on the sponsor side to then get those documents and the data and content to the agencies faster. So there is a tremendous amount of work to really use the technologies available to try to think about the entire end-to-end. I I think when it comes to running clinical trials, there we have to think about where does it make the most sense? Because is there an inefficiency or a gap that can really increase the experience from a patient perspective, a site perspective? That's where I think we have to focus. And the theme that also runs throughout this is there's a lot of great intent and desire, but we all may be moving in different directions. And so there already are cross-stakeholder consortia and groups working together. There are plenty of places where we can do this better. There's actually a cross-sponsor or consortium called Impala that's focused on how to do this from a quality perspective to actually enable greater seamless data transfer and then that relationship of sharing in real time with health authorities from sponsors. So there actually is a lot out there. And I think the issue that's missing is awareness and then how to tap into that so that we all can start moving in the right direction. I think it's really hard to think that one body is going to then determine and coordinate the entire direction of the world. None of you want that. I'm pretty sure everyone would actually scream that that's not going to be possible. But I do think awareness of what is available, sharing what is happening, and then really actually understanding the different categories, archetypes of experiments that there are out there, so that when you are interested in trying something, that you're not starting from scratch or you're not taking it in a direction that doesn't make sense. And there are a lot of providers and companies that are trying different things. And so I think what maybe we can collectively do is put together a landscape assessment and share that information so that it's not about, working in a place from a naive or ignorant perspective.
Absolutely. Care?
Maybe a glimpse of how we're thinking about it at this point is that we're not equating novelty, first of all, with additional risk. And that's similar beyond AI, right? It's to DHTs and everything else. And that's something we're really focused on. We need to understand the context, how a tool is being used, and what the additional risk and the benefits potentially within that context. So a risk-based approach, I think, is really something we all can agree on, and I think that's the way we're putting our heads together into it. Now, although we're not mentioning AI per se in our GCB guidelines, in our DHTs, we're definitely taking it as part of the suite of technologies that we're seeing, the advancements that's happening, and we're trying to our best to really not to block potential uses of those technologies. We're focusing on avoiding the all or nothing approach as well, because people tend to follow flashy technologies. So really, does it fit for purpose? Does it really add value? We're hoping to work with the community to focus on that as much as we can. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Nancy, any recommendations related to the ethics and how you want to pull those lessons in moving forward in either the AI/ML space or otherwise? And I'll open it up to everybody.
I don't think I'm going to say on the AI, ML space, there's a lot of people working on that. I mean, I sort of feel like if like it sounds so corny, but when we're thinking about the ethics of research, so I'll throw out the fit for purpose again, but if we can just keep having as this North Star, what's good for patients, because I really, really, really believe that everybody who's part of the ethics machine wants the right things for patients. And just in real life, and like we've got decades of data, that it's not the way it comes across. So,
well, I think that's
plenty of room for innovation.
Perfect last word. So I want to thank the panelists and thank you all for your attention. And we're breaking now. We'll resume.
Jennifer Wang. I am a Director of Decentralized Clinical Trial Strategy and Innovation at PPD, the clinical research arm of Thermo Fisher Scientific. I have the pleasure of moderating this panel discussion on patient centricity and patient recruitment for this panel discussion. Patients are the primary stakeholder of clinical trials. There has been growing awareness of the importance of patient-centric designs. But at the heart of that, it's really critical to understand the patient's perspective and use that to inform the clinical trial design, conduct, and analyses. There have been a few initiatives that have focused on understanding the patient's perspective and making patients more informed when making their healthcare choices. In 2012, the FDA established the Patient-Focused Drug Development Program to systematically obtain patient input on specific diseases and currently available treatment options. David will actually be speaking about that momentarily to talk about his experiences leading these types of meetings on kidney diseases. Additionally, the Patient-Centered Outcomes and Research Institute, or PCORI, has created a trial network, PCORNet, that operationalizes comparative effectiveness research. The larger goal of patient-centric research is to build trust in clinical trials. Patient trust comes with transparency and clear communication every step of the way of a clinical trial. And that starts with helping patients understand what trial opportunities are available for them, what their day-to-day involvement would look like, and then also why that trial is important. In this session, we will discuss ways to incorporate the patient's perspective in clinical trial design, facilitate recruitment and retention, how informed consent has evolved, and how to optimize processes for enhancing clinical trial participation. We are joined by an excellent panel. So starting from my left and moving down, we have Jacqueline Corrigan-Correa. She is the Principal Deputy Center Director in the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER. We have David Feldman. He is a Senior Medical Project Director at the National Kidney Foundation. We have Pamela Tenertz. She's the Chief Scientific Officer at Medable, Inc. We have Al Richmond. He is the Senior Director of Executive Director of Community Campus Partnerships for Health. And we have Marilyn Metcalf. She's the Senior Director of Patient Engagement at GlaxoSmithKline. So we will start off with having our panelists introduce themselves and open up with opening remarks before we dive into the moderated session of this discussion. So Jacqueline, do you want to go and start?
Thank you, Jennifer. So good afternoon. Thank you for including me on this panel. Really excited to be here. So obviously, FDA is not in the healthcare setting recruiting patients, and our role is really how do we facilitate patient-centric recruitment and set appropriate expectations for enrolling a diverse population through our guidance. And in terms of the diversity of the population, obviously the starting point is that design of the trial and thinking it through, and often who are you including and excluding? And as we wrote in guidance in 2020, really looking at those inclusion and exclusion criteria and determining which ones are necessary for the safety of the population, but then tailoring them. We often see things a little broader, tailoring them to make sure you're only excluding patients that it's absolutely the risks are higher than any potential benefits. And that's another place that real-world data could really help you in sort of looking at your inclusion criteria and watching as you add something, what happens to your population and who are you potentially inadvertently excluding. Now, that's only one part, right? And we can have very broad inclusion criteria and we can have a very non-diverse trial. And the issue is really how do you reach out to potential participants through trusted individuals, because we should not forget that research has risks and uncertainties. And anyone who's participating in research is taking on an altruistic sort of activity. In return, they need to trust that those risks have been appropriately minimized and their individual situation is being considered. And I think that's why it's, potentially we think about integrating research closer to clinical practice is going to offer the opportunity for enrolling a more diverse population, and again, because of the interaction with a clinician or a trusted individual. But of course, it's going to depend on focusing on research that patients think are important and their providers. And as was spoken about a little bit this morning, I believe, it has to be integrated in the workflow. There has to be time to take and think about this. After recruitment, of course, we have consent, and it's been since 2016 that we issued electronic informed consent guidance. And the point was, how can you enable a more decentralized process for consent, a more interactive interface if you wanted to do that, and participants could use the different interfaces to retain and comprehend the information, take it home, think about it, put questions. And these electronic processes also might allow for more rapid updates. That was one of the things. So if something happened in the trial, prospective subject or legally authorized representative quickly had that information. And in addition, in just this past March, we issued another draft guidance, and this is on key information and facilitating understanding and informed consent. And so the goal is now to begin with a very concise and focused legally authorized representative to understand why they might want or not want to participate in this research. Now, that's great if you get that right, but then the rest of the consent can't be a legal document, right? You need to sort of think about the entire consent. It has to be very clear, concise language. But we also wrote in that guidance to think about different ways. Is it illustration? Do some people need videos? Do, putting things in bubble make it more comprehensive? And then, of course, in addition to, the consent, it's about reducing burdens, I think, to participation. And that may be in the design of the trial, as we talk a lot about decentralized trial, and our guidance is really to provide opportunities to use technologies and other methods to bring clinical trials to participants and lessen the burden. And I heard the comments this morning. You're right, not everyone wants someone to come into their home and run their trial in their home. But I think even if you don't go totally decentralized, it's thinking about when can we reduce frequency of visits? When can we fold flexibility into visit windows? When can we replace a site visit with virtual visits? I think we've all become much more adept at telehealth visits. And of course, the guidance on digital health tools that we put out as well, I think the final guidance is now out, is complementary to the decentralized approach. It really provides a path for capturing more data, including potentially efficacy endpoints through digital health tools. This may be less burden for certain patients, but it should not necessarily be the only solution. We have to make sure that over-reliance on technology doesn't become a barrier for certain participants, and that decentralization doesn't have effects on retention, because that's just as important. And of course, many trials, no matter how we try and make them patient-centric and reduce the burden, it requires patients to take time away from work, from other activities that they would participate in. And I think we should make it clear that, paying research participants to participate in research is fine. It needs to be reviewed by the IRB. It needs to not have undue influence. But of course, the other side of payment for just reimbursing for parking, airfare, things, that should be something that we shouldn't scrutinize. I mean, this is benefit that they're giving up to participate in a trial. And finally, as many of you know, we're going to be finalizing guidance on diversity plans, because intention is great, but without a plan and some metrics and benchmarks, it's easy to fall short. So these are some of the activities we are engaging on to increase sort of patient centricity, diversity enrollment, and I look forward to hearing my colleagues' input. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacqueline. David?
Thanks, Jennifer, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to be on this great panel. Because I work at the National Kidney Foundation, my remarks will be focused on kidney disease. And I'd like to talk about recruitment, factors that affect recruitment for clinical trials in chronic kidney disease, that's CKD. And just for some perspective, there's an estimated 37 million Americans who have CKD. That's about the same number of people who live with diabetes. CKD is a harsh disease. It can lead to kidney failure, which means the need for dialysis or transplantation. But, after decades of hand-wringing and sorrow, finally there are some approved drugs for CKD and some new candidate drugs. So all of a sudden, we need strong recruitment capability for clinical trials in CKD. So I'm going to talk about some of the barriers and some of the factors that affect recruitment. I'll try to weave in some of our experience with our ELP FDD meetings, and maybe afterwards, we can talk about that further. So the barriers, one of the key barriers for in recruitment for CKD is that there's a very low diagnostic rate for CKD. Only 1 in 10 people who have CKD actually know that they have it. And so obviously low diagnostic rates means less patients eligible for clinical trials. And the low diagnostic rate is due mainly to low testing rates. So the first point is that we need more testing in chronic kidney disease, and National Kidney Foundation is working on this. Another factor that I think is sort of central to this discussion now is early patient input into the protocol design for clinical trials. I think the main thing is to try to convince the sponsors of the value of including patient input early in the protocol development. And the evidence is there. It's clear. It's low dropout rate, increased recruitment, reduced time to market, decreased costs when patients have an input into clinical trial early. So, I think it's safe to say that people who are designing clinical trials don't have the disease for which the trial is being designed. So why not ask the expert? The patients are the experts in living with these diseases. And so at our PFDD or ELPFDD meetings, we've done 7 of these, and we know what patients are, what's important to them. We ask them, we present a panel of questions to them and ask them what's important of these factors, what's important to you in terms of your decision to enroll in a clinical trial. And the main factors that they note are the potential for side effects, whether or not they need to stop their current treatment, whether they'll be placed in a placebo arm, what is the previous evidence and what's the rationale for the trial, the distance to the trial site, and whether their doctor recommends that they enter the trial. So these are some things that can be addressed in a consent form, in the discussions when patients are considering enrolling in a trial. They can be addressed with their physician. And I think we can talk about this later. So another thing that we need to do to increase recruitment is education, and I know everybody's tired of hearing, we need more education. I think we're all tired of saying it. But nephrologists have to be educated so that they know more about clinical trials. Not all nephrologists understand what, the details of a clinical trial. And they have to know specifically what clinical trials are available for their patients so that they can recommend or discuss at least with the patient whether or not it's an option. And of course, I just said that we know that if a nephrologist recommends that a patient enter a clinical trial, that will carry a lot of weight to the patient's decision. Last thing I want to say is about equity and the bias in diagnosis. We recently collaborated with the American Society of Nephrology to remove a race-based factor in the equation that computes the key parameter to measure kidney function. That's the estimated glomerular filtration rate, eGFR. So when that was included, it was estimated that 18% of CKD in the African American community was missed because of this factor. So that's been removed, and I think that's a major achievement. So I'll just stop there and say that I think that in all these aspects, I think patient organizations really have a key role here in education and trying to get patient input into clinical trials. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Pamela?
Hi, everyone, and thank you to FDA and Margolis for inviting me to this meeting. I'm Pam Tenars. I'm the Chief Science Officer at Medable. And you got a promotion. And I have a conflict of interest, clearly, that I work for a technology company that's in the space of decentralized clinical trials, but hopefully that will not preclude me from giving some interesting thoughts. I'm focused in my team on providing evidence and removing obstacles for adopting novel technologies such as ours, decentralized clinical trial methodologies. And I wanted to since we're talking about adoption, give you a sense of, Ken Getz did a study with the Center of Study for Drug Development, and they found that for a biopharma company, to go from a pilot study to full innovation adoption takes about 7 years. So we should all think about that. And for an industry to take on an innovation, it takes about 20 years for 2/3 of that industry to adopt it. So that brings me back to when I was at Citi, we did a lot of work on patient engagement and sort of the need for, incorporating the patient voice into clinical trials. That was, launched in the middle of 2015, 14 maybe. And so hopefully if that 20 years is counting from then, we have a little ways to go before 2/3 of companies actually, GSK clearly has adopted it, take that innovation into consideration. But I think the way we get to adoption is by providing evidence. And the way to do that, because I think that gives people comfort that they can move forward with stuff. So first of all, I kind of wanted to give an example of how protocols themselves can actually be more patient-centric using technology. AstraZeneca had a really interesting paper about clinical trials where they use digital health technologies, and they found that in a COPD trial, by using home spirometry and glucose, they could decrease the number of patients that needed to participate in a clinical trial. Thank you. Which then, yes, that's different. Which then also meant that they had less burden of maybe being assigned to a control group. And additionally, they also found that the trial could be shorter because the endpoint was a lot more specific, and they wouldn't have to be in a trial as long, and it could be shorter. So that is maybe one way to think about how to make trials more patient-centric. Jacqueline was talking about, can you do e-consents in a different way that maybe appeal more and help people understand better? So with Medable, we did a study with the Duke Base Lab where we compared regular e-consent, so paper to glass. Think of a Apple agreement that you sign when you sign up for an Apple Watch, versus a consent that included some of the elements you mentioned, like videos, bubbles, knowledge checks. Small study, 24 people. It was a crossover design, so they started off with the regular, the bland consent, let's call it, versus the enhanced consent. And we were interested to know whether it changed their comprehension or satisfaction with the process. What we found is that was really not, the comprehension wasn't changed between the two systems, like whether you did it on the paper to glass or enhanced. But what we did hear is that 71% of patients found that they were better informed. So if you think about what you're doing when you're doing consent, you want an informed group of people to make decisions of whether they want to participate. And what we also found is that people who looked at the enhanced version found that they felt like they were less a number in a clinical trial and more of a person. And so that is maybe another way to think about this. What we don't know, and what should be interesting, is does that then change how they participate in the trial, and is there less attrition because they were better informed? That is a study that takes longer, and we don't know. And the other thing I'd say is it was a small study, and we use a consent on a hypothetical hypertension study, which is something that's easily understood by a lot of people, I think. We had our Medable PAC, Patient Advisory Council, look at the consent to make sure that it was correct for them. And so, but it's interesting work that maybe we could further on to make sure that we have these things that we think are going to happen. I think they need to be substantiated by people looking and doing the research. Another thing we did is work with the MRCT Center at Harvard to look at ethics of DCTs, like approval processes for decentralized clinical trials. And while that work had a lot of resources and recommendations, and you can find everything on the MRCT website, we found some things that the ethics committees could do to help make trials more patient-centric. They could ensure that when a trial used BYOD devices, bring your own device, that people who had low data plans, like not everybody has an unlimited data plan, but maybe $15 a month, that there would be systems so they wouldn't have to carry the burden of that plan, because in a trial they would use more data than they expected. They could make sure that when participants got a provision device, so it was a phone or a tablet sent to the patients, that they would understand ahead of time, like, what happens if I lose it? Will I now have to spend, like, give back $1,200 for my iWatch or not? Because that's also something you want to make sure doesn't happen. So there's some elements in there that can then point to ways of making trials more patient-centric. And then lastly, I'll say we're help funding some work that Tufts is doing with the PACT consortium that they founded, which is Partnering to Advance Clinical Trials. And they're collecting data, granular data, on the trial demographics, so to speak, what phase, what intervention, what therapeutic area, and then what elements they used in that trials, which modules were they using e-consent, e-COAS, connected sensors, to understand then the protocol performance changes that happen at the end. Like, are they getting better enrollment? Are they getting, better timelines? Are they seeing less, amendments? Because now the enrollment is easier because you can pull from a larger area. And they're also looking at representativeness and diversity. And there's some preliminary data coming out, and there's going to be a paper written, but it's looking kind of promises. And all that to say that if we want to make trials more patient-centric, we have to work with the patients to understand what that means for them, and then also make sure that we have the evidence that then actually shows that what we think it's going to do, it actually does. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to my colleague on the left. Yes.
Thank you, Pam. Al?
Hey, good afternoon. So oftentimes in some of the circles that I'm in, we do a land acknowledgement. I will not do a land acknowledgement today. What I will do, though, is bring attention to the reality of where we are. Context matters. I was so excited when Brian and others reached out to me to be a part of this and to find out that this particular event was going to occur on the campus of Gallaudet University. And probably all of you know about Gallaudet, but this institution really stands out as being really the first institution in the U.S. that really centered American Sign Language and really being responsive to the needs of the deaf and hard of hearing. Think about from the moment that you arrived on this campus in terms of the silence that you heard. Think about if you ate in the bistro, the staff that served you, the people that were around you. Context matters. And so when I think about where we are and the work that we're doing, I think we have to give attention and surface context. Where is the research occurring? And how impactful can we be when we have systems that really exclude or include some people? A few years ago when I first came to Gallaudet, it was really amazing in that when I had a meeting with one of the faculty here, it required an interpreter. And so think about the clinical trials that we're engaged in. Can people communicate to us? And how should they communicate to us? And what do they need in order to communicate with us? And so oftentimes we have this idea of kind of one size fits all. But the other piece of this, and so much has been said, so I'm trying to siphon through my notes and kind of think about what hasn't been said, is the issue of intersectionality. So think about Gallaudet, think about the deaf and hard of hearing community. That's not a monolithic group. There are people who are deaf and hard of hearing who are African American, who are LGBTQ, who are American Indian, who are Asian, who are Mexican, all of that. They run the gamut. So if we were even to think about how we would be more inclusive and patient-centric and reaching people who are deaf or hard of hearing, that would require a lot of work. Because none of them have a singular identity. They don't have a single identity. Their identities are very complex. And that's why I think intersectionality is a really important piece of really understanding the patient needs. The other piece is around workforce diversity. And I think, again, we can use Gallaudet as an object lesson, and that is, how many people do we have in our work stream who are use American Sign Language as the primary principal language to communicate to people? Think about that. Because think about the fact that if we don't, are we excluding a really large number of people who might be interested in participating in research, but for whom they say, you don't speak my language, and oftentimes the response is, oh, we have it in English and Spanish. That's what we say. But to people on this campus, there's a third language, and that's a primary principal language, and that is the American Sign Language. So we think we're doing a good job, but we can do even better. I really have been excited about the work of NIH's Office on Scientific Workforce Diversity, because I think out of that office there's coming a lot of innovation around understanding the importance of diversity, not just in the workbench, the science workbench, but also in the whole ecosystem of who is included in that. So I think about the opportunities. I was just sitting there this morning and thinking about what would be the opportunities to have a clinical trial program here at Gallaudet, where we're training individuals for the future. so that they can then go out into the community, into their community and work. I think about where we are in Washington, D.C., and can we do that kind of work at Howard University, or can we do that at historically black colleges and universities, or minority serving in tribal colleges and universities? That's the kind of work that CCPH is engaged in, is we're actively engaged in working with historically minority serving institutions to give us new ideas and to give us ways of thinking about our work in different ways, and then connecting that diversity into the broader research enterprise. So diversity really does matter. It's not just about skin pigmentation, it's about language, it's about gender expression, it's all of those things. The other piece that we've heard so much about, my colleague was talking about burden, and so we oftentimes think about the individual burden, but I want us to step back and think about community burden. The very communities that we're oftentimes trying to include in our research are overburdened with people just like you who are trying to recruit them in a clinical trial. And so they're African American, they're Latinx, they're in rural communities, they're in diverse communities. And so thinking about the fact that you're placing a burden on them. I can't tell you how many people reach out to me, probably weekly, certainly monthly, and ask me to help them. And they're asking me to help them because I'm African American, because our organization has a large footprint, all of that. But most of the time when they are reaching out to me, they're doing it on the back end when they're in trouble. There's very little I can do to bail you out when your numbers are really abysmal. And that's important. So then that leads to my third point, and that is around education. We've talked about education, and I think we keep saying it, but I want us to talk about it in terms of just around, David talked about kidney disease, in that we have to help people to understand that clinical trials can be for many people a really wonderful opportunity to get the standard of care. And I don't think that's really clear to most people. When people think about clinical trials, they think of something very eerily. They think of being experimentation. They don't think about quality health care. And so that requires a tremendous amount of education on our parts to help inform them about what opportunities there might be in clinical trials. I think also one of the things that we've been pushing a lot of individuals and teams to do is to think about education in terms of educating and engaging early around the issue. So oftentimes if you have a clinical trial that's focused on kidney disease, you're really pushing the clinical trial. What I think we need to be talking about is education around the, health equity, health disparities, and really connecting with people and helping them to understand why this is such an important issue. I can tell you that in my family growing up, I remember the number of people that had amputations, and they had grown accustomed to amputations as a result of diabetes. They thought that was normal. And in many communities, that is normal. But informing and educating people that that's not normal, everyone does not receive an amputation. All amputations are not equitably distributed. And so education is really important. So we have a lot of work to do. It's difficult, it's challenging, but context does matter. So it's hard to design one study that's going to take into consideration all of that, but I think that's where, innovation in terms of having some variability within clinical trials, to acknowledge that a clinical trial in New York City may be very different than one in Wyoming, in the Crow Nation, in the Apache Nation, or in Raleigh, North Carolina, where I live, and that within each of those communities, there's the issue of intersectionality, how we reach out to that individual, those communities, and really be more patient-centric.
Thank you, Al. Marilyn.
Thank you so much. It's great to be part of this wonderful panel. For me, I think I just wanted to emphasize that a lot of us are talking about some important themes that I think we're going to need to carry forward with us, regardless of what is next in innovation in clinical trials, which is first of all just recognizing that expertise of the patient, remembering that they are our colleagues, our collaborators, that they are experts very much in their own experience, and remembering that they're not categories. They are individuals, and always respecting that individual experience that they bring to us, and therefore trying to talk with a diverse number of people and recognize all of that intersectionality. We also make it a point to engage early and often. So we do start talking about our clinical trials very early on, and we talk about the disease experience and journey and how those connect. And so we start to try and understand what is it that patients are really looking for, and what do patients mean by health, or are they more concerned about symptoms or about cure or about functionality? How do we best measure those in a clinical trial? What clinical endpoints do we need to measure? But then also, which of those are the most important for the patient, and to make sure that we capture those appropriately. And then finally, just building kind of a mutual vision and goals going forward. So it's in all of our interest for the best medicines to succeed and to reach the people for whom they are most likely to be effective. And so always to be talking about what we are all trying to seek together, and to make sure that those are as accessible as possible in the most pragmatic ways in terms of how they're offered once they get into the clinical space, to make sure that they're monitored appropriately, and that we do hear back on any concerns that may develop as, as rare events go forward, or if they start to work better than we think they will, and to make sure that those messages get out there as well.
Thank you, Marilyn, and thank you to all the panelists for your remarks. I'm excited. You guys are coming from different backgrounds, and I think this is going to be a great discussion. So now we're going to move over to the moderated discussion portion and the audience Q&A. A reminder for our audience, please use the QR code or visit slido.com. That's SLIDO.com, and enter the code CTI for online submission of questions. Okay, so first of all, how can patients be engaged earlier in clinical trial design to ensure trials address the most relevant outcomes and concerns?
I can speak to that a little bit. So we actually make a point of making patient input part of our everyday building of clinical trials. And so our teams actually need to acknowledge, as part of the whole clinical trial protocol writing process, how are you engaging patients, when, where, what are you asking, what are your plans? And so that just becomes part of routine business, and therefore it's built in, which helps considerably in making sure that we hear those voices early.
Go ahead.
I think one possible way that this can happen is to incentivize the process of including patients in early design. And I think that, there's this, I guess, relatively new concept of ESG, environment, society, and governance, as a kind of a leverage, financial leverage for investors in companies. And so the bottom line, I guess, or short story is, if companies can say that they're, for a clinical trial, if a clinical trial promotion can say, this trial was co-created with patients, I think that, number one, that would increase the trust factor. And also, I think that investors would look at this and say, oh, this is pretty innovative, and it's a good thing. And so I think that the companies, might be incentivized by the possibility of, increased investment. Now, this may sound Pollyannish, and maybe it is, but I know that people are talking about that.
So when the recommendations from CIDI came out, one of the things we said is that patients should be engaged early and often, because you want to make sure that the question you're asking is relevant. Patients, people living with a condition have the internet at their disposal. They can choose what trial they can participate in. So if your trial matters to them, then that's how you should approach things. And we kind of said that it's throughout the whole life cycle of drug development that participants should be engaged to sort of look at endpoints, look at the consent, make sure all those things matter, because, and throughout, maybe go to the FDA panels when the drug gets approved, I mean, for the whole life cycle. And what you get in return, Ken Getz did also a study on this, is that you actually have a net present value that's positive return on investment if you engage with patients often and early. So your trials will be better. You have a chance of ending, or everybody wants to have their answers first. So if you can end earlier, patients might not withdraw as often because the trial was designed with patients in mind. So all those things are really positive, and it's kind of crazy. We didn't think of this before. That we made trials really hard for people to participate in, like hard for patients and hard for sites. So this is one way that you can alleviate that, and you're only going to get the answers that matter to that population if you involve them from the start.
Absolutely, absolutely. What type of digital and decentralized solutions have you seen make meaningful impact on patient recruitment and retention? And what are some key factors in creating a seamless experience for participants from recruitment through follow-up?
All right. So I think some of the key factors is that when you use a technology, you want to make sure that people can use that technology, and that people have high expectations of technology when everybody uses different devices and they work really well. So first of all, you want to make sure that your technology is consumer grade and that it's easy for people to use, and that it's appropriate for the context, because that could be a sensor that may work in a population of heart failure, for example, if you think of mobility, but might not work as well in a Parkinson's population if that sensor is hard for them to use. So I think it's making sure that whatever it is you deploy, you have checked with people that are the recipients participate in that trial, that those things will actually work for them. And I think that is sometimes maybe a little overlooked, but it cannot be overlooked. We need to make sure that what we designed will work for people.
Yeah, and that's actually why I didn't just jump in and go, oh, I know, because honestly, we've had some mixed results on that. Things that work in one trial don't work in another, or not everybody loves the technology, or not everybody wants their data collected in that way. And certainly user testing up front is huge, and tech support all along the way is huge. Even for something as simple as holding a focus group or advisory board type of thing in a video call versus in person make sure you have the tech support.
So a few years ago, I heard about WhatsApp. How many of you have heard of WhatsApp? Yeah. So I was like, what's that? It's a really innovative name. And one of the things we were involved with as a project in the New England region, where the project realized that this was a project with African immigrants, and that this was a primary mode of communication, and people who have family in other countries. It's low cost, no cost, and it's just great. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to see the kind of like the integration of WhatsApp and similar kinds of platforms, more dynamic platforms, visual platforms. This is just around innovation. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm just thinking and hopeful that we will have those types of things. The other thing I was thinking about sitting here is how many of us have actually ever enrolled in a clinical trial ourselves? And so one of the things I did was, I have a twin, and so she and I actually enrolled in a clinical trial for twins because we wanted to contribute to the science. And, they communicate with me through letter, old-fashioned newsletter. They also send me text messages. And so I really, provide feedback to them as someone who's in this space about how they can improve their work as well. And then the other thing I did was I enrolled in All of Us. And so I wanted to know, how long did it take? And Pamela, I consider myself a pretty literate person, pretty. I mean, that's debatable by from some people. But it took me almost an hour to just complete the basic intake. And I would imagine that if people who are really low literacy issues, it would probably take them 2 to 3 hours. So when you talk about barriers and all of that, like that, who's going to take 3 hours to complete? And you can't incentivize people at that level, right, to complete a 3-hour survey. And I trusted the system in part because I'm inside of the system. And so I knew my data, we were talking about this at lunchtime, my data was secure. I knew that there were firewalls. I assumed a lot, so I was going through fairly fast. But I wanted to know firsthand, and I think that's something that all of us might do us all well, is to enroll in a clinical trial or some similar type of study ourselves, and then provide feedback. We can be our own, sometimes we use that term, our own worst critic, but in this case, we might really contribute to the science and improving because we've done it ourselves and we can offer just real practical tools.
Sure, go ahead, David.
Yesterday, I attended a workshop at NIH, and I learned of this digital tool that just totally blew me away. In addition to EGFR, which is kidney function, the main parameter to measure for kidney damage is urinary albumin excretion. And so the speaker was talking about how they were measuring urinary albumin excretion by putting a chip in the toilet, and then it measures albumin content in the toilet. And so, I mean, we can talk maybe later about an example of, the other way to do it, which is a 24-hour urine catch, which is like, nobody likes that. But I was really totally shocked and amazed that this can actually happen. And, so then the results get sent to the trial center, and that's it.
That's fascinating, and I've seen, utilizing virtual reality from the educational perspective for consent, and I've seen the bubbles, I've seen videos, and there's just so much here. There's just so much innovation that's coming in this space, and so that's fascinating that there's additional types of devices and technology that we're able to utilize. So beyond recruitment, enrollment, and retention, what are best practices for patient engagement throughout the life cycle of innovative clinical research? And how can flexibility be built in to innovate based on patient experiences?
So first of all, let me acknowledge that I do not have any interest in WhatsApp. So I should have said that from I have no financial interest in WhatsApp. So let me declare that before this goes too public. The other, I mentioned I was in a clinical trial, but one of the things I really like is the constant communication. Like, I really want to know what progress is being made, and I want to know those findings quickly. And I want to know also what are the opportunities for me to participate in other clinical trials as well that might be looking at multiple births. So I think that most patients are more interested in the work. They want to know not only where's their data going, but how can they make a greater contribution. Think about it. If I go to the trouble of enrolling, all the work to enroll in a trial, and I'm actively engaged, and you've got me at the table, right? And you're looking at me eyeball to eyeball, right? Like, that's the time when you can tell me about other opportunities and engage me. And engaging me is really important. What I also like about the study that I'm in is they don't just tell me about other clinical trials with multiples and similar kinds of studies, but they also inform me of opportunities to connect with other multiples, like the National Twins Day in Twinsburg, Ohio. Or I think about, David, in the space of kidney disease, wherein a clinical trial can begin to connect people with support groups, helping people with the quality of life issues, those kinds of things. So it's more than just the trial itself. So when we think about education, it's also around socialization. How can people who are in trials be socialized or connected to other resources that would help support them, again, around quality of life, but other issues as well. So I think our thinking about clinical trials has been pretty narrow over the years, and I'm talking about expanding it, creating even virtual communities as well that would help people as they manage and live with the condition.
I think another best practice is to show appreciation to the patient periodically. Thanks for staying with us. Here's a gift card or something. Keep people engaged through appreciation. And I think that, in terms of best practices for patient input into the design of a trial, tokenism has to be completely avoided. If you're going to have a patient who's on the design committee, that patient has to understand, number one, that their contribution is valued. And number two, the rest of the design committee has to understand that that patient must be valued because that patient is the expert.
Absolutely. Oh, did you have, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I agree with all of those things. As sponsors, we're always a little bit removed. We're working through study sites, and so the kinds of things that we want to do, like the thank you letters, like the check-ins during a trial and so forth, always have to be coordinated through the study sites. And so there's just always that need for some upfront thinking about that and some agreement and some understanding of how things work on the ground at the site to make sure that those things go smoothly as you're setting up the trial, to make sure that we do get that appropriate data and that patients get the appropriate feedback and thank yous that they need.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just take a moment to sort of go on a little tangent that the sites are really also an important contributor and participant in this whole process. And when we talk about innovation, I mean, we've all been very good lately in the last 10 years or so about involving the patient voice. I'm not sure we've always been as good as involving the site voice in like trying to drive this innovation. And I mean, I know this is not the topic of this discussion here particularly, but I think we should also think about that and maybe make them partners in how this innovation is going to work. Because if we want to have innovation adopted, it has to be a win-win for everyone. And I'm not sure that we've sort of thought about it that way in general.
Yeah, if I could build on what you just said. At one of our meetings, patient-focused meetings, one of the patients was comparing two different trial sites and how the experience for her was so much nicer at the trial site where the people with whom she was interacting were nice. I mean, kind of, duh. But, I think that trial site management and trial site personnel should be trained, to engage patients and to understand that these are people who are, in some ways they're really making a very strong commitment here, and risky commitment. So they should be treated accordingly.
David, the other piece of that to me is asking, we start talking about what patients want, is asking what they want in terms of incentives. And so again, we have in research in general kind of a one-size-fits-all. We're seeing in some research studies where a concern for many are that they may be undocumented, but they do want to participate in research. And so receiving cash contributions might be a challenge or a problem for them. And so we are able to, some of our partners are offering gift cards to local stores. That actually helps a lot in terms of building local economies. That's a really tremendous give back. We also are supporting community-based organizations. We have also, CCPH has been involved in the last couple of years with the Duke Clinical Research Institute around serving as kind of fiscal agent for community-based organizations who can't directly, we can process payments faster. So when you're engaging groups and individuals, thinking about how long the delay in compensating them, but also what do people want in return, just asking them, and that may vary. Because, David, what some people want is just to be treated well. They want to be treated with respect, and they want to know that you heard them, and that they made a suggestion, they made a recommendation, and that you did something about that. That might seem like a small thing, but it's so important. All of us, that's what all of us want, is to be treated that way. And so asking people, what do they want? When do they want it? And the way in which they want it, you may find a whole lot. They may say, hey, you know what I really want is, could you buy me a bus pass for 1 month to get to the event? Or could you arrange for a taxi service or something to pick me up? Some of you have done these poverty simulations wherein, as part of it, people go into a store, buy food, and then they have to wait on a city bus. And the whole purpose of it is to really inform all of us about how cumbersome that could be to have a limited income, have 2 small children, and then you're riding a city bus with 5 bags, right? The same is true for our patients or those who are in our clinical trials, to think about how exhausted they might be when they finish that experience. What can we do to help them out and provide transportation back home so that they're not riding a bus or public transportation, all that. We did a lot of that during COVID. So what can we do now in that space of innovation and keep that going?
Right. I totally agree. I think that, in terms of being treated well, one of the things that surprised me with our patient-focused meetings is that we hear a lot about altruism as a motivation for entering a trial. And here are people who they're willing to risk, side effects and unknown effects, taking a compound because they want to do something for their community, for their diseased community, and for their children. And so to treat those people in any other way than totally respectful it's a crime.
So I'm going to switch gears a little bit, asking about the informed consent process. I know, Jacqueline, you talked a little bit about that as well in your opening remarks. How has the informed consent process evolved to address new considerations with the introduction of innovative trial design?
Well, I'll just talk a little bit from our DHT, digital health tools, because we do mention in the informed consent how important it is. There's a lot more data that's being captured. Where's that data going? What's your security for that data? I think patients want to know. And then if you're using sort of off the shelf, a lot of these, our phones have those end user agreements, right? You just sort of flip through it and no one really reads it. But I think, you have to understand, have them, or, what does that end user, where is their data? Where are they sharing beyond the clinical trial? Because that is not usually what happens in a clinical trial. You think you're sharing with the investigators, with whatever regulatory agency. And then just thinking about, are there risks even with the DHT? It may be minor risks. It may be skin irritation, maybe things like this. But really going through that, as you said, user facilitation, but going through the consent in terms of articulating all those things about the technology that you're using.
When we did our project, there were a lot of IRBs on the project when we did the ethics and DCT projects. And what we found is that it was really hard for IRBs just generally to figure out what technologies were being used in a clinical trial. But it was equally as hard to sometimes find it in the consent. And even though the consent's already so long, they kind of glossed over sometimes what it meant to participate in a trial that used technology, what it meant for their privacy, for their security of their data, what it meant for the issues I mentioned earlier about if you're getting a device or a sensor sent to you, what if you lose it? Will it track you? What if you download an app on your phone and at the end of the trial it gets deleted or somebody's still tracking you? So all those kind of things are things that somehow need to be conveyed to the patient, because that is another element that they might want to think about in consideration of participating in that trial or not. So not advocating for longer consents, but I am advocating for consents that inform people of what they're getting into. And with technology, that just is a little bit differently.
That's actually a funny irony, because we had our global informed consent template as we were updating it, reviewed by patients, and we were very carefully trying to explain, what might happen with genetic data in the future, for example. as a sample for them to review, how much detail you really want. And we got a lot of, can you kind of move that to an appendix, because that's a lot. And so we appreciated the frank feedback and also recognized that while people do need that opportunity to be very informed, we also got a lot of, really put all the important stuff up front in graphics and bullet points, less text, more space kind of thing, and illustrations where possible, which all made perfect sense and wasn't a huge surprise, but it also just reminded us that you really have to have that balance of too much information actually hides information. And yet there are people who are going to want to dig into those specifics, and different countries are going to have different regulations that you're going to have to be able to, where possible, link out to those, but then you're going to have to think about the patients who don't want to read that online, they want it in paper. And so just thinking ahead of time about how to accommodate those different preferences while still being consistent about the fact that it has to be an informed consent that covers the trial for everybody. It takes a fair amount of thinking ahead and to get it right, but well worth the effort.
What unique patient considerations are inherent when conducting master protocol design studies with multiple targeted therapies for a single disease?
Well, I'm definitely not a trialist, but I would think that one important consideration would be that the patient needs to understand the broad perspective of the trial, and that it's not only, a particular disease or a particular treatment. I mean, I think the patients, from our experience, the patients want to understand the trial. They want to understand the expected benefits, the expected risks, but also just the rationale and the overview.
I mean, I think the beauty of a master protocol as a participant is, and if it's one disease, multiple treatments, there's much more chance that you're actually be able to be part of one of the arms than if you just had a single, arm with a randomization. So I think there are benefits, but the concepts have to be explained. And it has to be made clear that you may need to do genetic testing to figure out which of the arms you may want to go into, and that is not a given. You may be in a control group, but the control groups are smaller. So I think there's benefits, and I think it behooves us to sort of make sure that we have language that translates that correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I think as with any trial, we take a fair amount of time to try and make sure that we capture what the study design looks like up front in a patient-friendly manner. And so this one is just kind of another degree of difficulty for one thing. So what does that randomization process look like? How likely are you to get this versus that? What happens if it doesn't work for you? Are you going to a different arm? Are you going out of the trial and then have an opportunity to go to something different that would better suit you? I think that's a lot of it, is just being very upfront and making sure that you take into account the added complexity.
Thank you. I'm getting some online questions, and some of them I wanted to ask. How can patients help sites, sponsors, the FDA, or others with implementing these novel tools and trials? Might we move to innovation done with them and for them versus done to them and by them?
I'll start. I'll just say, we talk about patient-focused drug development meetings and other meetings in which we engage. I mean, I think the more we can hear feedback as things are innovating, as, someone's in a decentralized trial, I think that helps us. Obviously, our guidance is a little bit at this level, and sometimes it's really getting down into the weeds of implementation, but the more we understand, and whether there are barriers that somehow we're putting up inadvertently to more innovation that patients want. I think that's always important to know.
I always think of this and I think it's in DC that you have the license plate of no taxation without representation or something. So I think it applies to clinical trials as well. Like, clinical trials should never be done to a patient. They should be done with participants and with people living with the disease. And frankly, that's going to give you the best clinical trial. Is it going to be a little bit longer planning ahead of time? Probably. But that's okay, because you'll have a better trial, and you will, all of the loopholes that otherwise, or the obstacles that you might have run into of, oh, we didn't know every person that lives with this particular disease is also on ibuprofen, and we kind of put ibuprofen as an exclusion criteria. You know, you kind of want to know those things in advance, and the only way you're going to know that is by talking to people as to, you know, what is it to live like with their condition, what would a trial look like that would be of interest to them, what would a burden look like as to going to the sites or using technology. All those things really need to be kind of taken into account in advance, and your trial will be more successful. As far as getting to an answer, is it the answer you want? That nobody can guarantee. It'll be whatever the medical product does, but I think we really should think about this should be standard practice to sort of include that. And the FDA has done great work of making it part of their standard practice with patient-focused drug development meetings to make sure that they also think about that when they look at clinical trials.
I agree. I mean, that is the goal behind the earlier engagement and asking more and more for input in design and collaboration in design. I think we still feel maybe falsely somewhat constrained by the traditional ways that we conduct trials. I think we're moving in better directions as we're talking today about more and more where pragmatic trials, observational studies, other real-world data can inform us, and I think continuing to have a broader discussion with patients, with the public. I mean, in my case, I work in vaccines, so a lot of the people I work with don't consider themselves patients, and so it's more and more of a public discussion, and I think that's what needs to happen.
And I think when we talk about patients or participants here, we're not just talking about the patient, also about their caregivers and other people, just to make clear that that's what we're talking about.
Absolutely. It's not just the patient, it's their community, it's the people who are supporting of them. And it actually brings me to another question. Thinking about the burden felt by patients and their caregivers and members of their support, how do we ensure to not ask too much of the same patient population? Looking at you, Al.
That's a hard one.
I was actually thinking about something else, and that is engagement. I think we have to be more intentional about engagement of people in terms, across a continuum. It's easy to think about a certain type of patient, the ideal patient that we would want in a trial, when maybe there is no real ideal patient. It's really providing an opportunity for everyone. What I was thinking about in terms of just all this whole conversation is, and I'll try to weave that in, and it is that a few years ago I went to PCORI's annual meeting and they had Alan Alda. Maybe some of you were there. And I was like, when they announced that Alan Alda was going to be there, I was like, why would Alan Alda come to a PCORI meeting? And what I realized that when I got there, was that he had established the Alan Alda Center for Communication. And what he's really been doing, has had this commitment from his work with MASH and all, is to really help clinicians and others and researchers and scientists to communicate to patients and others, the public. We don't do a good job of that at all. And so all these things that we're talking about, and these concepts that we're talking about, randomized trial, it just goes on and on and on. And those of us who are in this room and probably listening, we understand all these concepts, but the general public doesn't. And this is what we faced during COVID. This is why a lot of communities and a lot of individuals just didn't believe. First of all, we called it warp speed, which you should never have called it warp speed, right? Because that suggested that you were actually cutting corners, right? That in people's minds. We have to engage people in this research industry, enterprise, some kind of way, and that's why I think patient organizations, minority serving institutions, other similar kinds of groups and organizations how does FDA literally take its work on the road? I remember years ago we did this project, and project was called Community Bridges, and what we did was we would hold up a bag of just over-the-counter drugs, and we said to them, how many of you take one of these, just over-the-counter products? And everyone's hand went up. And we said to them that the FDA has authority over all of these. People don't think about the scope and range of FDA and how broad that is in all kinds of products and devices. And so educating people on that will help, I think, tremendously. And that's why I think that we need other people in our world. We need younger people. You were talking about devices. We need younger people. We need younger people. We need people with different skill sets and from different sectors, different orientations in this work, beyond just bench scientists, beyond just those who have historically been involved in research. I think we have to open up the doors. I live in RTP, and I can tell you every day I drive up and down Interstate 40, most of you have been there, or any other hub of innovation. People don't know what goes on in those buildings. They think Frankenstein is in that building. They don't know. And so one of the things I've been saying to academic institutions is you need to, I'm going off a little bit, just open up the doors. Just have a day where you bring in local people to see the work, to see the research that's occurring inside of those walls of all of these major institutions that are driving research. And that might begin to change and drive the public's thinking, and we reduce the burden by always going after the same people, but we provide opportunities to engage others.
If I could build on that, we actually have a template to engage patients in preclinical research. So, if a company has a program on a particular kidney disease, we would bring patients to that company, and then they would have a dialogue with the scientists. So everybody wins there. The scientists understand what the patient perspective and what it's like to live with the disease, and what are patients looking for. I mean, sometimes patients don't necessarily want to live longer. They want to live a quality of life, and we've heard that many times at our meetings. And then the patients can understand, what is this research, and why does it take so long, and why is it so difficult? And, we've heard at our meetings, somebody once said, oh, come on, FDA, we need more drugs. Well, it's not the FDA that's holding things up. So I think that this is a possible new, maybe innovative way to engage patients.
Oh, actually, we have somebody in our audience who also has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lucas Zinsky from Critical Path Institute. I just had a question. I was actually having a conversation with a coworker about this recently on informed consent. We were talking about how data from a trial, if someone consents to a trial, sometimes that data is also used for purposes or things that go outside of that original trial. I just wanted to hear your perspective on how I guess we inform a potential patient that, how the data is going to be used not just in the trial, but on ways that could go outside the trial and be used after the trial is concluded.
Yeah, that absolutely should be part of the informed consent up front. If you are going outside of what you said in the informed consent, you have to go back and reconsent. That should be pretty clear to anybody who's collecting that data.
Thank you for your question. We talk about also hitting the road, letting the patients understand how clinical trial works and helping them with their understanding. I see a question here that I've thought many times in my head, so I was kind of chuckling, but I'm going to say it out loud. In light of patient-centered trials, how may we make clinicaltrials.gov more sociable, interpretable by potential participants so they can understand options?
I think there's been efforts by different groups. I often end up being the person that looks in CT.gov for my friends, because they ask me, I have this, can you help me find a trial? And it's hard. But I know there's different groups. I think Transcelerate at one point did something with making it easier. And then there's different trial matching organizations, often from patient organizations, that try to help their constituents, the people that they serve, to find trials for their diseases. So I think the best bet, if you have a condition and there's a hope for a patient advocacy group, and then hope that they've worked on this, because I think that's maybe one way of approaching it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, we try to put reasonable summaries of what our clinical trials are about. But we also know that there are, as you say, a lot of organizations also trying to work to help patients match to what they need. There are still a lot of patients who don't know that patient organizations exist either when they have a new diagnosis. And so I think as part of the broader effort to make health trusted again, I think we need to, be clear about some of those opportunities. At the same time, we also have to remember that we can never promise that a clinical trial is the same as clinical treatment. That, as much as we hope that it will all work, it is research. We're not using people as guinea pigs, but there is never a guarantee either of a medicine that's already approved or of a medicine that you're researching that it's going to work the same way for every person. And so we just always want to be clear about that up front and appreciate, as you were saying, David, that you are always being altruistic about the fact that you're participating in research and it's partly for other people as well as for yourself.
And then one final question. Patients question why they do not consistently receive results reporting of the trial they supported, which is even less provided with DCTs. How do we make this more seamless and standard?
There's also been a lot of efforts on that. I think Ken Getz is doing some of results reporting work, as MRCT as well. They've done some work on how to report results back. I ran a clinical trial site for 12 years at a big Florida hospital, and when we received the end of a trial, we often received the allocation of what participants were on what drug at one point, and we made a point, and I stopped there in 2007, we made a point of sending letters to our participants, and if we got that information, and telling them, thank you for the trial, and this is the treatment you received, so that they would know. But I think that there is definitely things you can do. And again, if we think about the burden of the site, because oftentimes this will fall on the site, it's another thing we're asking. And I think it's important, but we just need to take all of that into consideration.
Okay, all right. Well, so first of all, I always say that I learn the most when I'm around people with different backgrounds and different perspectives. That's how change and innovation happens, is when we come together, we understand the challenges and the unmet needs, and we work together and have a dialogue. So I found this discussion very, very engaging and fascinating, and I hope others who in the audience also found that as well. I've been in decentralized clinical trials since 2015. Before it was called decentralized clinical trials. And I would say it's over the last 3-4 years have we really seen the level of innovation and growth just take off with the focus on patient centricity. And I always say the silver lining with the COVID-19 pandemic, if I can call it that, is that it proved to us that we can collect quality patient data in a patient-centric way by bringing the trial to the patient. So, thinking about the innovation and growth that we have, it makes me excited to see where we will be 1, 2, 3, 5 years down the line, looking back to where we stand today. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists for their time and for their engagement. I'd also like to thank our audience for their participation. We have a short break. We will be back here at 3:35 p.m. Eastern for the last session of today on infrastructure and organizational considerations. So thank you again, and we'll be back.
My name is Donna Cryer, and I am a patient. I am also the founder and CEO of the Global Liver Institute, a nonprofit, patient-led, patient-run advocacy organization that promotes innovation, collaboration, and scaling optimal approaches to improve the lives of individuals and families impacted by liver disease. And that is everyone, since everyone, except for those of us for a few minutes, pre or post-transplant, have a liver. So I have had the privilege of being a member of the executive committee of CITI, now in my second term, and to be co-sponsor of something that we have heard mentioned so many times today, quality by design. I guess I'm also going to be the person for negotiating the trademarks for quality by engineering, and I look forward to that as a recovering attorney. I've also had the privilege of working on our patient engagement best practices, which I encourage all of you, if you haven't seen those and engaged with that material, to do so, please, because it not only lifted up some of the wonderful things that were mentioned by the earlier panel, but really helps us get to the how, which is what this panel is about. As we work on the infrastructure and the organizational considerations of doing all the wonderful things that we've talked about today. We've heard so many themes from how to integrate and work with people with lived experience and CMS's expansions into whole person care. We've heard Al on our last panel weave that into thinking about connections and moving beyond the clinical trial itself to connecting on what people value and think about in the entirety of their lives. We have talked about today, and this panel will delve more deeply into what it means to work with community-based organizations and primary care-based research networks. Who would have thunk it? And we've talked about the role of culture, perhaps trumping technology. I want to hear this panel delve into that. We certainly have been excited to hear the announcements from the leadership of NIH and also my good friend and fellow GLI board member Esther Krofa at the Milken Institute and Faster Cures on the enriched CT, moving this work forward and into communities. We have talked about the difference between programs and pilots. As somebody who's been working and living with this a long time, it is a long time coming, so I say let's do that. We've also talked about how we need to change our language. I think the fancy word used was vernacular. So it's just the language. How do we talk about all of this? How do we talk about this amongst ourselves? How do we talk about this with patients? How do we talk about this with the general public? I think that's become more important than ever. And I loved the idea that has been circulating, that was voiced on this panel earlier about normalizing innovation. Wow, that doesn't seem like terms at odds. If something is normal, how can it be innovative? But if we create a culture where doing something differently, something out of the box, something that actually moves something forward is the normal working process, won't we all be the better for it? I would vote yes. Since I'm on the executive committee, I get more votes than most. I want, though, before this panel starts with the how, to anchor us in the why. Why are clinical trials important? Why is research important? It's important because we're able to answer questions that matter to people, that matter to patients and families. It's not just because it's fun or we have a few $1 billion to burn. It's because we're able to answer questions that matter to people. And as Janet Woodcock came out of retirement to tell us, it's about creating the evidence for the things that we do so that people have trust in the fact that we do them. Why don't we do that? That's why research is important. Research is important, and this day and tomorrow are important because we want to have trials that people want to participate in, that they can participate in, that they don't have so many hurdles that it's impossible to do so. And we want to have trials that respect that participation and the treatment of the data. And so, anchored in the why, we will move to the how. And our first presenter is virtual. I will read all of the presenter names and attempts at their very long titles, but we'll run out of time today if I try to do all of that. So I will simply start with the fantastic Laura Esserman, who's the professor of surgery and radiology at the University of California, San Francisco, better known as UCSF, and director of the UCSF Breast Cancer Clinic. She will be participating virtually in a moment. Following her will be Anastasia, gosh, I should have brought my glasses up, Lagassat, he was executive director of the Senior Global Program, clinical head in global drug development at Novartis. That's fantastic. That's a lovely title. Following her will be Cynthia Verst, who's the president of Design and Delivery Innovation for Research and Development Solutions at Equivia. Rob DeChico is the vice president of Portfolio Management at Transcelerate Biopharma. John Halamka really needs no introduction, but I will persist indeed. He is president of the Mayo Clinic platform. And David Burrow is director of the Office of Scientific Investigations, OSI, within the Office of Compliance at CDER at FDA. Now, raise your hands really quickly. Who knew there was an Office of Compliance at CDER? Okay, very good. If you didn't know, after this panel, you will know. So, to that, I will give you Laura.
Okay, thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you're doing great.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry I can't be with you there in person. I was grounded from flying until April 10th. So anyway, I'll be here virtually and hopefully be at your next meeting. I want to say, I've been running platform trials now for a decade and a half. And I would say that this is an important part of the how, because a platform trial can allow you to put more of your energy into the learning and continuing, and less of your energy in where repetition is of no value, setting up contracts, true reliance on a central IRB, not having everybody repeat all of the steps. I think that's super important. And I would also say that it also allows you to think about patient-centered design and have urgency and purpose. And this is, of course, what is compelling for patients. I always like to say that clinical trials, are tomorrow's treatments today. If they prove to be successful, that's really what we should be focusing on. That's what's compelling, I agree, to patients. I think it's really important when you think about a culture of innovation, if you work to decrease the soul-crushing tasks associated with trials, you will make a lot of progress. And what am I talking about? If we make clinical care more like trials and trials more like care, instead of having two separate poor systems, you might actually be able to have one good system where you have an intersection of clinical care, real-world evidence, and clinical trials. At the heart of this is standardizing the collection of mission-critical information, without which you wouldn't want to take care of someone without a basic set of information. Trials can expand on that, of course, but why can't we share that same information? But we can't have it so you have to fill it in all these different systems in disparate ways. So you have to streamline the way you process information and allow write back, so you can have sort of shared decision support platforms on top of what are the clinical trials that are clinical trial systems that really are not focused on quality and service, but are focused more transactionally. I would say that we also have to do a better job of streamlining adverse event and adverse event of special interest collection. What we do often is not a systematic way of collecting things, but more of an opportunistic way. And if you really say, okay, here are the things I'm just going to check off all the time, or figure out that these are the things that we can get directly from patients and PROs, right? You can do a much better job of that. Through the iSpy COVID trial, we actually demonstrated that this is safe and effective, and especially important in an open label trial. And open label trials are not necessarily bad. In fact, if you're trusting new medicines that have a particular adverse event profile, you'll either figure it out because someone's got the problems, but you'll also be able to anticipate and prevent some of these. I would say that it's so important to have a reduction of the burden of data collection. It's so important, I think. So just a couple of other little things I would say, you want to have better visibility into this, what you're collecting in a trial, which may often not be available to people who are actually engaging in the trial. So if I have information about how a tumor is changing and I'm going to adjust my care and move people on to the next form of next round of therapy if they're not doing well, if I have a biomarker that's generated on the trial, I need to be able to have visibility as an investigator, and patients do too. So these are things. So thinking about source collection to truly be the source. So then you don't have to do source data collection. If the patient's the source, if the labs are the source, if I collect the standard data assessment, I sign off on it, there's no source data verification. It is the source. This could really drive efficiency in a very different way. Last thing is about diversity. You know, I think if you pay attention to sites that have the populations you want to recruit and you have your investigators be part of that, and you engage with patients, find out where their pain points are, constantly try and make it better. Your process, you should have process improvement on one side, paying attention to what people hate from the trial side, from the patient side, and make it work, and communicate with your patients, have an advocate network, and let them help you. And then on the informed consent side, you don't need to have a different informed consent at every site. You need one set of things that is the same, and all the things that are unique to that site you put in part B, and then you never have to change that. And then we can layer on tools like virtual informed consent that has a better way of explaining things, that can be an adjunct, that can easily be translated to any language, that you can learn. What do people understand? What do they not understand? So again, coming back to it, platforms really allow you to engage, improve, and think about integrating care and research. So those are my comments.
Laura, thank you so much. Anastasia?
So does it work? Yeah, it does. And if you can
You have both the mic
put up
and the
my
clicker.
slides.
You have all the power.
Thank you. If you can put up my slides, please. Oh, here we go. So thank you. And first of all, thank you for having me today. And I'm actually very excited to share today the industry perspective on selective safety data collection approach, which is very innovative. Using an example of the Victorian to Prevent study, which is a cardiovascular outcome trial with inclisiran. And actually, it's just an example how to use innovation in a truly global study. So, and what is inclisiran? Inclisiran, in fact, is the first sRNA LDL lowering therapy for chronic use in a large patient population. So basically, it's important to mention that in earlier trials, inclisiran demonstrated excellent safety profile and also can be used infrequently, twice per year. Now, Victorian to Prevent trial design is aligned with regulatory requirements to support an indication for cardiovascular risk reduction in patients with established cardiovascular disease, and at this moment, the trial is fully recruited. Okay, so, and Victorian to Prevent is a truly global study, including, I'm just trying to put the right slides, so including more than 40 countries and more than 1,100 sites. So it's a truly global study, including US, Canada, Japan, China, Europe, and many other countries. Talking about the US footprint in this trial, so the US provided approximately 17% of patients in that trial, with 20% of African American and approximately 17% of Hispanic. So, and our safety selected data collection approach is supported by the existing ICH and FDA guidance in late stage pre-approval or post-approval trials, and it's also supported by the fact that inclisiran was very well tolerated in earlier studies. So, and what does it mean, selective safety data collection approach? It means that in this study, we are applying something which is close to clinical practice. We collect serious adverse events leading to drug discontinuation, and also adverse event of special interest, which is in our case, basically liver events and events related to new onset of diabetes. Also, the central lab assessments are infrequent and also close to clinical practice. And here's my conclusion and my takeaway message from the experience of selective safety data collection in a global outcome study. So sometimes less is more. That's basically it. Taking a simpler approach to safety through selective safety data collection has several benefits, including reducing study burden and closely resembling clinical practice. So indeed, we observed very strong interest in this trial and excellent recruitment rate. In fact, we were able to recruit more than 70,000 patients globally in just 23 months, which is a testament of acceptance of simplicity in clinical trials. Having this said, I also would like to highlight challenges and, in particular, applying such an approach of selective safety data collection in earlier stage of development certainly represents a challenge and can be a topic for today's discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you for providing a concrete example and a global example, as we often try to harmonize across different regulatory sites and situations. So thank you so much. Cindy.
Great. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Well, with pleasure, very appreciative of Duke-Margolis and FDA for the invitation. And essentially today, what I'd like to do is kind of share some insights along our innovation journey at IQVIA. Over the last number of decades, quite frankly, that's been at the very heart of our business model. But some of you may know that about 7 years ago, there was a merger between legacy IMS and legacy quintiles. And at the time, that was a big bet in terms of our thesis of actually being able to crack that nut of big data and actually combining it with advanced analytics, AI, ML, and technology and automation to actually design smarter trials and ensure more predictable, reliable delivery. So how did we do? Well, clearly we all appreciate that innovation is extremely complex, and I'd like to share 3 learnings with you today. And the first of which is innovation is clearly fit for purpose and iterative. And we've heard that phraseology all throughout this discussion, and it delights me, coming from a background in real-world evidence. You know, it's all about the right approach for the right question. Well, we know in innovation with multiple stakeholders, you know, it is indeed an iterative process. And in fact, many lessons learned along the way, and giving an example that you have to actually think about unintended consequences as well. So for example, during COVID, it was actually the digitalization and technology that helped us through that process. And when thinking about the investigator, today, it's actually the very technology that we use to actually create solutions that's plaguing our sites. And quite candidly, one of our recent surveys denoted that, in fact, we have seen more trial declinations recently than in our history. And the 3 reasons why investigators are declining is predominantly associated with resourcing, technology, and in fact, remuneration that's inexplicably linked to number 1 and 2. And they're highlighting that it's because of the technology and the resources that's plaguing them. And to the extent that, in fact, we've seen an explosion of investigator site technology investments over the last 3 years. So investigators are taking matters into their own hands, quite frankly. Insight number 2 is that, in fact, innovation is requiring this ecosystem, and we all appreciate that when you're developing innovation, one has to understand the interconnectivity behind all of those key stakeholders, be it the sponsors, our patients, our sites, and even regulators alike. And we also heard today, that essentially in this industry, there is a inverse correlation with innovation adoption and the degree of perceived risk. And of course, that's something that we're all needing to wrap our heads and minds around. And then the final insight is that innovation actually requires evidence to promote adoption. And we all know that. Seeing is believing, and we've seen that at IQVIA, that we've had these wonderful innovations that we have been listening to our key stakeholders, but in actuality, once delivered, well, the adoption rate hasn't been so terrific. And as such, we've had to apply workflow approaches. And of course, developing use cases and proof points. Proof is in the pudding, as they say. And essentially, I do want to just pause and highlight, though, the intersection. This evidence is also extremely important for our regulators. And one example, about 5 years ago, we actually, the CRO industry came together under ACRO, the Association of Clinical Research Organizations. And we were approached actually by the FDA, Jacqueline Corrigan-Cory, and David Borrow, that you'll hear more from later, actually ask about what has been our experience relative to the adoption of RBM. And we were able to amalgamate our data sets and actually surface that evidence for the FDA, and it actually helped to highlight some of the reasons for the lack of adoption, and whereby promoting even more advancement from RBM to RBQM. So one example of this ecosystem coming together to help solve that problem. But at the end of the day, I'll complete my opening remarks with just this notion that we must, wouldn't that be nice to have community investigators or physicians involved in research? It's actually a must in order to get the access to the right diverse patient population for the right eligible protocols at the right time. We are at quite simply, a crisis in terms of being able to accelerate clinical development, getting treatments and cures to our patients faster. And this is only going to come by way of ensuring that intersection or convergence of clinical care and clinical research.
Thank you so much, Cindy. You've given us a lot I know we'll come back to with questions during the moderated section. Rob, I turn to you.
I always try to resist the temptation to say anything political, but here in DC, after listening to Laura speak, I almost want to yield my time to the senator from California, because I thought she was just brilliant. There were 3 themes across the day that really resonated with me a lot. And I'm going to try to tie them together in my opening remarks. One is this concept of patient focus from the last session and the importance of it, what it means, what real patient focus means. This morning we talked a little bit about the need to go beyond pilots and implementing at scale, and there was a lot of conversation of what fit for purpose meant. And I think these 3 things are intimately tied to one another, and I don't think you can get there without solving for all of them. I think to get to implementation of scale at the examples of models that have already been delivered successfully, we need to define fit for purpose as being significant simplification of the way studies run, the way studies are designed, in every aspect of it. all the way through from the beginning of design to implementation and execution. That means broader inclusion and exclusion criteria, fewer of them, to get to the aspects of representativeness that people talked about. We need to get to simplified consents, and that's been discussed as well today. And I think we need to simplify the amount of information we're actually trying to collect. And I think if we can get at some of that, we can get at the convergence of clinical care and clinical practice a little bit easier. We can get to the scalability of implementation of decentralized modalities. I think the piece around implementing at scale, patient focus, I think that is going to require a lot of collaboration. And so if the focus is really health and healthcare and patient focus, then I think we have to accept that those things that can be commoditized are not competitive. And we really need to be able to share information about our successes and our failures. In terms of some of the specifics, I think in order to ease the flow of information, data exchange, some of the things that Transcelerate is working on with regulators and standard-setting organizations include the digitization of protocols so that digitized protocol information can be exchanged between sponsors and regulators, between sponsors and sites, and across third parties that participate in clinical research. That's a piece of work that's coming out of some of the ICH M11 work. It has EMA people involved, it has FDA people involved. And I think this is an opportunity to move the industry to a place where they're going digital first, to make that information accessible. I think in order to actually get at some of the comments that were made today about how some of the guidances and regulations that have been written were written a long time ago and written for another point in time and another setting, you could say the same thing a lot about the industry processes and SOPs. And so I think what we really need to do is to have a come together between industry and health authorities where you can break out some very specific exemplar study designs in a very specific context, in a very specific setting, and develop what the implementation of an operational plan looks like to satisfy data quality and GCP monitoring expectations, safety collection expectations. But it can't be a get out of jail free card and it can't be a free lunch. It has to be based on something real, an example that can be picked up, rinsed and repeated and put into something that is not only possible to pilot but possible to scale. And so those are my opening remarks.
Thank you so much. And it sounds like if we listen to earlier speakers, we should start with a blank page and not with working backwards from the complexity that we have to date. John, have you learned anything at Mayo?
Well, so one of the wonderful things about being fourth in line is I can now leverage all the comments that came before me. So ask yourself this question: in pragmatic clinical trials, how long does it take, as you suggest, to create data collection and data analysis if every single time you have to do it ad hoc? Right? Shouldn't you have a completely repeatable process by which we can gather data from the patient, gather data from the electronic record, gather data from sensors in the home, and repurpose that data in multiple ways in different contexts? So I'm going to give you just a couple of quick examples from Mayo. So if you look at the Beagle trial and the Eagle trial, the idea there was, what if we had a novel AI algorithm that had been developed on millions of patients and we deploy it in a real-world setting? Can we use the patient in the home with a watch they wear or other data collection device to give us data which we would combine with electronic health record data? In effect, we would have phenotype, genotype, and exposome all together and be able to draw a conclusion very rapidly. You'll see we gathered 20,000 patients and had the patients submitting the data from their home consumer devices over cellular connections into the database, and then showing that in a real-world setting, the prediction of either low ejection fraction or atrial fibrillation in these two studies had AUCs of 0.92, 0.93. And this was all multimodal data collection, leveraging existent data sources and repurposing it in a very rapid fashion for a pragmatic trial. Gianrico Ferrugia, the CEO of Mayo, in 2019 asked the question, if we want to do partnership and collaboration to scale, and whether that's with government, academia, industry, pharma, payers, providers, it takes 18 months of lawyering. I know that's not a verb. Before you get started or write the first line of code. His question was, what technology, what policy and what process would need to be put in place if you wanted to do this in 18 hours, not 18 months? And that's what I was charged to run. And so Mayo Clinic platform today is the de-identified data, well, there's identified and de-identified, but it depends on your purpose, of 10 million patients put into containers that are protected, ethically reusable, and consented, so that we can now take all this rich EHR data and other data we may bring in from the outside and use it in clinical trials and research in novel ways, and do so with agreements that are templated, pre-written. IRB, privacy, compliance, and legal have already decided what we can and cannot do. And in that fashion, it's a platform that accelerates our progress. So of course, I have the greatest respect for everything that has come before, but one asks, can we remove barriers and think differently to accelerate our work, collecting data and repurposing data for the benefit of all?
So it's not such a matter of de-lawyering or unlawyering, but maybe getting those of us who want to help with the process on board with the rest of the healthcare ecosystem. Thank you for that.
Well, so how about this? If the legal agreements are configurable rather than customized, that makes it quick.
I agree. One of the hallmarks, if I could digress, one of the hallmarks of my time on the HIT Policy Committee was when one large tech manufacturer came and asked to meet with their law firm and the lawyers and the committee before they launched so we could all be in alignment. So I'm actually a huge fan of that. And so, David, tell us it can all be possible and compliant.
So as the last speaker on the panel, I just get to say ditto, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just say
I
yes.
just agree with
say
everything.
yes.
You know, I think I might take my opening remarks in a little bit different direction. Because the thing about a public meeting focused on clinical trial innovation is that it tends to attract people that are already interested in clinical trial innovation, right? But when you're talking about a session on that panel or on this, this workshop that's really about the infrastructure and organizational considerations within the existing healthcare system, I think we're talking about a stakeholder that isn't really involved here. We're talking about the healthcare practitioners across the globe, not people that have clinical research as their career path. We're talking about healthcare practitioners, physicians, nurses, aides, statistical analyses people, whatever their career path is called. You're talking about hospital administrators, budget staff, the whole gamut, an incredible dynamic of medical practice workforce. And the list just goes on and on. So I think the crux of the conversation here in this specific session about the embedded clinical research or the healthcare ecosystem is really how might we shift those individuals that are currently in the healthcare delivery professional positions and get them to view themselves as clinical research professionals as well. It's shifting that mental model for healthcare in the nation as it exists right now. Now, before we get into substantive conversations about RBQMS or quality by design, clinical trial design considerations or anything like that, before any of that can really grow roots, we really have to talk about the hearts and minds of those people, the critical interest that we have in the medical professionals right now. And what's it going to take across all of those healthcare professionals to get them to view their role not just as providing clinical care, but also as being a clinical research professional? Our reality is that the people and the organizations that provide healthcare in the United States are all the same individuals that could otherwise be engaged in clinical research. But the skill sets are a little bit different, right? Because you talk about the physician that is the very best practicing physician out there. In my mind, I think of Dr. House, the TV show from a couple years ago. Dr. House was willing to do absolutely anything that he could in order to be able to act in the best interest of his client. Dr. House would be a horrible clinical investigator. But that's where we are right now. The skill set that's necessary in clinical research is not necessarily the same as the ideal skill set for a medical practitioner. And that's okay. What we're talking about is having these conversations about what might be needed in those practice settings in order to be able to act in the best interest of your patient and to really advance clinical research as an industry globally. Now, that's the real human element here that all too often doesn't really see the light of day. When we're talking about clinical research quality, particularly in the context of researchers embedded in the healthcare delivery system right now, patient safety, of course, has to be paramount, but the operational realities of the professionals that are involved in those organizations really has to start to see the light of day in these conversations about what we could do to be able to normalize clinical research. So in the conversation about the infrastructure and organizational considerations for the medical practice system as it exists today, I think this conversation really needs to focus on 3 separate conversations. They're all interrelated, but kind of separate. The first is in the organizations themselves. Across the healthcare system, what type of organizations have the systems, the tools, the resources necessary to both support your medical practice excellence and clinical research excellence? Same thing with your staff. The staff across the spectrum involved in all aspects of clinical research and all aspects of medical care. How do you get those individuals the time they need? How do you get them to carve that time out of their all too busy day in order to do what they need to in the best interest of their patients and in the best interest of the research participants that are at their institution? And then lastly, the patients, the subjects themselves. How do you ensure that subjects or potential subjects are both aware of clinical research as an option, willing to participate? How do you call them into that conversation to be able to say, yes, I'd love to participate in this clinical trial? And then how do you make sure that they are prepared to be able to engage in that clinical trial? Not just to get enrolled, but to complete the trial. The phrase that I like to use in that conversation is, how do we make and manage a reliable network of commitments for ourselves and the many different demands on our time and for us as an organization? How do you make and manage a reliable network of commitments? That's going to be a question that really has to come to the forefront of our conversation when you're talking about clinical research as part of the existing healthcare system in the United States. We tend to focus so much of our attention on trial design, data systems, data sources, operational choices, decentralized clinical trials, risk-based monitoring, ePros, eSystems, all different types of vendors. The list goes on and on. But really, when you're talking about quality by design, if we fail to take into consideration the operational realities of our study staff, we are doomed to fail. So quality by design is not just about the patient perspective, it's not just about the data that we need from the trial, and it's not just about what vendor or what CRO or whoever you might be working with on that trial. The real focus needs to be on what is the day-to-day living, breathing life of the people that are embedded in these practice areas, these sites. How do they go about meeting the demands of their day, seeing patients all day, and mixing in different clinical trials throughout the course of their practice day? That's a really challenging question. And I think that's really a foundational principle of why we're here today. How do we shift that paradigm? How do we shift that dynamic? So I love the quote that the optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty, and the pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. So the opportunity that we have here today is to ask ourselves what really the effective adoption of clinical research innovations is going to be in the clinical care practice setting. How do we bridge the gap from clinical practice to clinical research? And I think that's the real value of this conversation, being able to get this group of people together.
David, I'm sure I share everyone's sentiment that we love when FDA gives us more questions instead of answers. That was fabulous. Thank you. So I am going to follow up, though, on the many important issues that you laid before us with Cindy, and then Laura, I'm coming back to you. Cindy, I wanted to follow up on the really devastating report you give about people deselecting and not wanting to be in trials because of lack of tech support. What we heard earlier needed to be part of this equation to make sure that sites were prepared and able to do clinical trials. So can you talk more about what support, tech or otherwise, that sites need to be able to select into trials?
Most certainly. So one of the major areas of opportunity is more interoperability. So helping the sites to integrate all of those different technologies. And I mentioned that a large segment of investigators are actually investing in their own technologies, their e-reg, as an example, or electronic informed consent and patient recruitment, et cetera. I think also being aware and provisioning some of those actual resources that are needed, be it during peak times of data entry or helping with patient recruitment. Our survey data suggested that over 60% of our investigators are raising their hand for help regarding patient recruitment. Not so much within their systems, but in their communities, as an example. So as David was highlighting, I think we've got to think about this in a trifecta of sorts, and that is the people, the resources, the process optimization, and technology. And I think that's quite simply where all these worlds collide. So enablement, site enablement solutioning is quite frankly in the people and the process optimization and technology.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone that there's the ability to ask questions with the QR code and on slido.com, and standing here at the microphones, we welcome questions from those of you who have taken the time to join us here at Gallaudet University. I will just say that I may or may not admit to an 11:51 p.m. Eastern Time email to several gastroenterologists that may or may not have said, if I buy you 100 body composition scales, will you use them? So I don't have to continue to interact having more data than my doctors. So I don't think that's particularly scalable for individual patients who are fed up in the middle of the night to offer to buy equipment for groups of specialists. But perhaps one of the answers can be an investment in digital technology to at least match the able patients. But John, you've been able to do it at scale, not just with a scale, but at scale. Can you tell us how we achieve that? And I'm going to ask Laura how she achieved that with community-based organizations as well next.
The answer is you need to look into each community, and you need to meet the patients in that community at their level of digital sophistication and technological trust. Let me give you a quick example from northern India. So I work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and what we found is bandwidth was ubiquitous and cheap, and every family had an Android phone. But what they lacked was the telemetry, to your point, the scale, the pulse ox, the blood pressure cuff. So how about this? In each community, for every 500 people, you give a community health worker a set of digital devices, and those digital devices can gather the telemetry, and because there's phones and phone networks, you can then transmit that. And we found this was a highly scalable model, and it just filled the missing link or the gap in that culture. In Africa, challenge is slightly different there because bandwidth is expensive and not available. So then it's provisioning applications that run on the phone that gather the information in a local community and then can be used to send it when bandwidth is available. So I say this because some years ago, a number of engineers from a very large technological company, unnamed, came to Boston and said, I want to understand how we can more bring technology to the Medicaid population. So can we go to a clinic? I brought them to one of our Medicaid clinics. They walk up to an 80-year-old homeless gentleman and say, what's your favorite wearable? And he said, socks. So as we think through this, there are multiple techniques, but just meet the patients at their level of comfort and affordability.
I think that's wonderful. And he has a career in stand-up comedy if he ever needs an actual job. Laura, I'd love to come to you for your answer on how you work across your platform with community-based organizations. If we can.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment, though. First, Rob, thank you for the shout out. And David, I want to say very clearly that I, in fact, am a practitioner. I still operate. I still take care of patients. I'm a very high accruing clinical investigator. I want for my clinical care the ability to tell what's going on. And I think the lesion in the system, in my opinion, is clinical care. I'm sure Dr. Lamka would be in violent agreement with me. I mean, why don't we have better tools to understand what we're doing? Again, and we think about medical practice, what are we practicing for? We should be practicing to improve. So you can't improve if you don't know what you're doing. And I think that people would welcome the ability to get feedback on what they're doing. And I think this is something that, all of our investigators want. The community sites don't want to invest, time in doing swivel chair interoperability, copying labs from one electronic system to another, collecting things or doing SDV, source data verification from patient reported data. That is ridiculous. I mean, I think the idea of having this regulatory requirement or selective safety data collection does make it much more possible for people to do things. If you say, look, here you can have, using FHIR, you can have interoperable data. You can pull demographics, you can pull labs, you can pull concomitant medications. No one should have to collect these things. If you reduce the burden of the, as I say, the soul crushing tasks, people are going to want to participate more and they can focus on the things that really matter. Now, we're not always able to achieve that, but I think that, coming up with tools that allow you to pull things that are standard and interoperable, I think is important. I think when we think forward about, working with ONC, the Office of the National Coordinator, and what is meaningful use? Meaningful use should be a standard set of data that you use to track patients with diabetes, to track patients with cancer. And again, part of our problem in clinical medicine is we're not necessarily tracking outcomes. Our clinical care systems are very focused on doing stuff and on documenting for reimbursement, as opposed to documenting what we are doing and tracking outcomes so that it's more of a quality and service model. My personal opinion is that the real innovation in the system is changing what we do for clinical care. Now we've got a system that's set up for real world evidence. Clinical trials becomes a special version of trials that you can do, that you can scale, where most of the data is already there. So I think that we found, especially when we expanded out to the COVID community in patients who are critically ill, that having, instead of everybody recording an SAE or an AESI or form, there were about 10 or 12 things that happen in the ICU that you could do systematic collection for. It's just a checklist. Do they have it? Do they not have it? The last 24 hours. And it turns out that of course, when you have a disease that's where most of your morbidity comes from, it's actually a very effective tool to systematically looking across your trial. And I think it's very similar to what Anastasia was talking about, right? So we have the selective safety collection. I think all of us need to be thinking about that. And then if our trials look more like care, and our care look more like trials, you're going to find it much easier for people to participate across the board. And especially if whatever you can collect directly from patients, you should collect directly from patients. But integrate it then with your care process. So anyway.
Laura, I think that you have sparked Anastasia to have some questions or comments.
Yeah, exactly. I just would like to build up on what Laura just said, and certainly, having clinical trials are close to clinical practice are very near and dear to my heart, right, from the industry perspective. And my point is, the guidance, the regulatory guidance are very helpful in that regard, right? So I'm talking about the real world evidence. So those guidance are, so those are also exist, and it's very helpful for us to implement. And the next step would be to have truly pragmatic, I would say, trials, right, to be used for the registration. In that case, for example, electronic healthcare records can be used, right, so, and be a single source for data, and this would help avoiding source data verification, which is very difficult process, as mentioned by Laura. So once again, FDA guidance and the guidance from other regulators certainly helpful.
That's your mic. David, I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about real-world evidence and how FDA's responses can be responsive, since I hear that your boss really likes real-world evidence. But to give you time to think about that in a way that preserves your career, I will ask some questions that have come in online. So the first is, we have two crises, research professional turnover and widespread healthcare provider shortages, together an iceberg ahead for safe trial implementation and patient trust to enroll, retain. How can the federal government and industry, so this question could be for any of you, assist sites to be more efficient and ready to conduct research in this current environment? If I may add to that question, I think that there are so many people in the communities that we say we want to attract into trials, to engage in trials, to diversify trials, to make the evidence richer and more relevant and more applicable. What can be done to be more inclusive in that clinical trial workforce? So anyone, Cindy or Rob in particular, as you are working, or anyone who wants to take that question about how we solve the workforce crises? David, you want that question? I'm sure. No. Think about real-world evidence.
So I was going to say, I'll give it to them, but if they don't answer, I'll answer, because it's all about generative AI. We haven't started to say that.
There you go. Answer. No, that's a great start.
Well,
but there are people who need jobs as well. Go ahead.
I would simply say that, that it is super important for you to hire clinical workforce and clinical leaders, clinical trial leaders, who look like the populations that you want to recruit. It's absolutely essential, because people trust people trust people from their own communities.
Absolutely.
And I think that there was a big push on diversity, equity, inclusion, and now there's this whole undermining of it. But it matters, and people trust people from their own communities. And so I think it is something that all of us have to work on. And I think the other way to think about it is there are a whole set of things that people who have resources don't even think about. If someone has to come, again, the more you can do, and is Pam Tenards was saying earlier, the more that you can do in a more distributed way, that's good. But there's, for someone to come to a medical center to do things, they have to get a sitter, or they have, they don't have the resources, they don't have the transportation. So I have always thought that industry should invest in, a set of reimbursement for the cost of participating in a trial, coming back and getting an MRI, coming back and getting this. It's that there's a set of standard things that you need if you don't have those resources. Can we build that into the cost of trials? So those are my two suggestions.
I might add to that, though, in addition to underscoring AI to do this better, but you can reimburse all you want if there's nobody to reimburse. So if there isn't somebody to drive the patient to the appointment, or to watch the kids or do those things. So I think that we're missing the opportunity of creating a virtuous cycle in communities of employment and economic opportunity, matching with increase of the healthcare expertise that resides in community. And as you pointed out, trusted messengers and trusted deliverers of care. I think we're missing out on an opportunity to create a virtuous cycle here. But let me read this second question coming in as more pour in from the interwebs here. And I'm going to read it directly so I do not misconstrue anyone's question. Organizational capacity begins with clear competency requirements, comments on necessary changes or standardization stemming from Joint Task Force Competency Framework. That's the first question, compound questions, love it. How to leverage APPs to extend PI capacity for trial oversight. We talked about changes, opportunities in inspections and trial oversight earlier in the day. And NHS and NIHR builds in research time as priority initiative, area of U.S. pursuit. So that's 3 questions in one. Good for you, questioner in the audience at home there, sitting in your comfy chair, wearing comfy shoes, no doubt. Let's just ask the question going back to oversight. And David, you can answer this if you want, or pass it to someone else.
I can take a crack at the 3-parter there.
Okay.
I think we need to just make no mistake that we are in the midst of a clinical research workforce crisis. Let's just acknowledge that. And that's why the conversation about bringing clinical research to our traditional practice settings is more and more important. We expand our network. So the question is, how do you do that? And it's more than just awareness. It's not just knowing that clinical research is out there. It's also about understanding. And it can't just be a conversation. It can't just be like me sharing information. It's about the message that's shared and what is received by the party that's receiving it. And that's going to be different across the spectrum of the many varied practice settings, the differences in the relative sophistication that they have with technological infrastructure, with trial design just generally, with their individual disease state condition, types of endpoints and safety collection. It's all different. It requires a conversation. And I think that is an area where we can freely acknowledge that we have room to grow. FDA evolves just like everybody else. We need to learn and grow and be able to share that information across the industry generally with the overarching principle that the rising tide lifts all boats and that there is, I think, a clear message of hope for a better tomorrow there. We just need to be able to take one step at a time.
Absolutely. I think that as we have seen investments in technology and different skills and expertise at FDA to match the pace of innovation and the types of innovation that they're seeing, that benefits us all to have the regulator being able to match the skills of those that they regulate. John, I'll come to you after I go to the questioner in the room here.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Marian Risk, Managing Partner of Risk Management Advisors. And earlier we had opening remarks about what can we be doing to create incremental innovation to improve clinical research. And there was a opening remark around how we're seeing other industries using data analytics to improve, let's say, safety. And it was talked about the automotive. And I actually wanted to talk about in silico evidence, right, where we're seeing this surge of data, thanks to the decentralized trial movement, big data, analytics, real-world data. And so now we have, with diversity standards that are absolutely necessary and a mandate for us to ensure inclusion, and we have a myriad of ways of accessing the patient at home, at care, otherwise. With in silico evidence and in silico trials, we now have better ways of creating predictive health outcomes. We have much more increased precision to understand that predictive disease progression. And I'm not sure many of you guys are aware of the recent publication with the 13 executives from the FDA with this good model simulation practice, a new book that just got published this month on Springer. But I find it a clear opportunity on how we as innovators that we're creating incremental advantage of how can we adopt some of these new wave adoptions. So there's so much that's been talked about today with the focus on quality by design and quality by engineering. I'd love to hear from many of you on in silico evidence on how that is part of the strategy where we're trying to figure out the representation of a patient, that we're able to see and actually see the evidence over the last 30 years to improve the way we are either determining a disease progression, being able to ensure better inclusion, but I'm just so encouraged to see education as part of the evidence that's needed to create more informative change. So I think it's been a great contribution for many people to advance this kind of thinking, and would love to hear from anyone on the panel.
Okay, that was all the things. That was comment, question, ad campaign, all the things. Thank you. You did it, girl. John, would you like to answer or start an answer?
So I think of data as having three characteristics. The depth, which is how many different data types, and that is, is it the medical record, is it telemetry, is it images, omics, digital pathology. The breadth, how many patients, and the spread, it's heterogeneity. Do you have representation of all the communities? And I think a challenge is today when we collect data, we don't have visibility. There's no transparency into that. So part of this work that a number of us have come together in the Coalition for Health AI is to create standardized data cards and model cards. So we could say, here's a data set. Here are the ways we're going to stratify and subgroup it. And here's a way we can just say to the world, this is what is in this data set. Here's how it was gathered, by whom, for what purpose. And then you start to understand how it can be used. When a model or knowledge is derived from it, again, we have to understand a little bit about that model. How does it work against different subgroups? A wonderful reporter, Casey Ross, not an advertisement, at STAT wrote, AI or any of these analytics in healthcare or clinical trials have a credibility problem because we don't quite understand how they were derived. So with Coalition for Health AI, nonprofit, goodness for all, no charge. You can get any of the things they do at coalitionforhealthai.org. We hope to get to that transparency.
I would say that I believe the work streams are still open for people to join, and that's on the website for the coalition. And I know the National Health Council, which is a patient advocacy organization umbrella, is on the steering committee. And so it's very important that we have people with lived experience, physicians, and everyone from all stakeholder groups guiding this new technology creation.
I'd like to make a comment about
Please.
this. I think one thing that I'm a big proponent of, and I talk a lot about how to integrate care and research, but I also run an extremely busy clinical practice, and our clinic sees thousands of patients. So it's often, a lot of this is just re-engineering your workflow, right? So it's, if you're collecting all the data and you want to make it available to clinicians, or if you want clinicians to collect data differently, or you're doing generative AI to organize this, it's hard to just on the fly change things. So you have to think about, how could you have a laboratory for re-engineering the way people assimilate data, use it in the point of care? I think there has to be a little bit more work and thought about providing the opportunity or the laboratory for how to utilize data to accelerate learning in medicine, and to really think about how you would change your practice, or what you can use differently, or how you would repurpose the people who are working for you to prepare for your visit and organize the data. So I think that there is, if we do believe in this idea of integrating care and research, we have to probably spend some more time thinking about how to prepare people to gather, organize, and integrate data for the purpose of care. And if you do that, you've gone 80% of the way to organize it for clinical trials.
So thank you, Laura. We've heard this theme throughout the meeting of bringing clinical care and research closer together. Are there any compliance issues implicated in doing that, my friend David? Or
There are always
let me ask it this way. I know I set up a wrong question. So when people are attempting in the best intentioned ways of creating a learning health system and putting some of these parts together, what often are the barriers or the issues that you have to sort of help them work through? Top one or two.
So being in the Office of Compliance, I used to say that if I knew your name was already too late.
I hope you don't know my name. There you go.
I think one of the barriers in clinical care, regulatory compliance, and clinical research really comes down to knowledge, interest, resources, time. You can throw the word salad out there, something's going to stick. But I think what it comes down to is the why, like your personal interest, your organization's interest. If you're doing this because it's something you have to, you're going to do the bare minimum. If you're doing it because it's something that you truly believe in, you're going to be able to look at it in a different way. It's about perspective, the mindset that you bring to the work. And I see that come time and time again in the cases that I do know the people's names for. Because it turns out to be just as this is something that I do. But I think what you really see in groups like this, audiences like this, events like this, is that there is a really substantial personal drive, not just to be able to do clinical research, but to do it for the right reasons, to the best interests of the patients, to improve our care. And I think when you end up boiling it down to it, it's not about the regs. It's about, are you doing this because you want to succeed, because you want to generate high quality data, because you want to improve the quality of life of the individuals we touch in this work? And I think that interest, that why, is the most critical factor to regulatory compliance beyond anything else. Because it's not just about the systems, the SOP that you have at your institution that could differ from institution to institution. We've seen SOPs where people just copy and paste the regs. That's not an SOP. What you're talking about is, what is your interest? Are you doing this because you want to be able to succeed, or are you doing it because somebody told you to?
Or what is your purpose? I always like to say, isn't this your job? I mean, most patients think that this is what we are doing or should be doing. That we're trying to figure out how to make it better for people, and that we are tracking them. That's what they want. You know, we actually did, through our Athena Breast Health Network across the 5 UCs, we had a common informed consent that people said you can opt out, but we believe our job is to try and make things better. So we're collecting data and learning as we go. And so many people, like 96% of people opted in, and people said, well, isn't that what you do? They have no idea that we can't do it. So
I think you're absolutely right. One of the first things I had said when I had joined Learning Health Systems Collaboratory is that patients believe that they're already in a learning health system. So we keep going. David, I think you pointed out, I mean, it's such a great case for culture that I'd want the panel maybe to each talk about how you create the culture for this type of innovation and change within your organizations. Anastasia, at Novartis, you gave a great example of how you created a culture there that enabled the type of trial that you presented today. So as an organization, how did you come to that culture?
No, thank you. And I think it's a great question. And the answer to that, I believe, was provided already by David. Having patients to be a center of everything what we are doing is a key, right? So, and we are trying to deliver innovation as fast as we can to patients because they need it. And we are trying to be creative in finding ways of doing that. And obviously, I also would like to mention raising awareness about possible ways of innovation is also important.
Christy?
Just add that the culture begins in the tone set at the top. So relative to innovation and the expectation, and you get what you measure and you get what you incentivize, and that all has to line up top down and across the organization, and even measuring interlocked scorecards as an example to help further facilitate the adoption and delivery.
I think you have to recognize the complexity of what we're trying to do. And you can't set up these innovation initiatives to be all things for all people. You cannot do them successfully if you're just passing the burden from one stakeholder to another stakeholder. And so since you can't make them be all things for all people, you really need to be patient focused in the design of these innovation initiatives. And if it doesn't solve for that, it's an easy no-go, and you can move on to the next piece.
Well, change is hard, and I think we need to understand the currency of every stakeholder. Now, by currency, what I mean, for some people, it's prestige. For some, it's papers published, grants received, the admiration of their peers. And as long as you create a program that enables an individual to create value in whatever their currency is, you'll get adoption.
That reminds me that one of my favorite FDA commissioners who came from Duke said it's all about the incentives. We have a questioner from the audience.
It was a wonderful segue, thank you. So my name is Alexander Krupp. I'm working with Bayer, Director of Clinical Innovation. So I deeply care about what's being discussed here. And I loved how you mentioned incentives and how you mentioned that much of the documentation we see in clinical practice is optimized to document for reimbursement. And when we want better real-world data, what we usually do is we run natural history studies, because we realize that when we set the frame for a study, that we then get the data we need. However, that's not really where we want to be. Ideally, we would have the reality reflected in documentation, not just for reimbursement, but to describe what patients feel like and what their life is like. And my question is, where have you seen great examples of setting incentives right for documentation not being aimed at reimbursement primarily, but at documenting what patients really experience? Thank you.
A very brief answer. So I was CIO of Harvard Medical School and a number of hospitals for 22 years. And what I found is that if you could reduce the burden, the administrative burden on clinicians, that they would adopt whatever change you put in place. Well, in the early 90s, I thought, what if we just had a audio-visual recording of the patient and the doctor talking, and that was the medical record? And everyone, of course, laughed. Well, guess what we're starting to see in 2024 is, in fact, ambient listening, where generative AI, as an independent summarizer of a conversation, creates documentation which is then not focused on reimbursement and billing. It's capturing the salient facts so all can use them. We have 400 clinicians using that today at Mayo, and I think probably a lot of us will start seeing that more and more.
And if I may follow up,
and we've used this
because
method,
I was asking about the incentives.
Laura,
yeah, well, we've used this method for years, but we always used to say that you could, the physician scribing really took off and the patient scribing did not. But generative AI can make that kind of a change. But I honestly think there ought to be a change from CMS to say, we'll pay for data and we'll pay for outcomes. It's an alternative payment scheme, and I think it would change what people do. You can set as a leader of a group, I require all 20 of my clinicians to meet every Monday morning. We meet for 3 hours going over all the patients who went to the OR, what are the outcomes, who's on trials, and everyone's required to go, and it's a culture, right? And we do it, but it's, it has to be scalable. In Australia, they pay for that. These are things that we have to really think about, making changes for. I think that would make just a huge difference.
And the incentive I was mentioning was reduction in administrative burden by changing the way the documentation is captured.
And it's
which makes
available for both sides.
I mean,
for both
physicians
patient
want to
and
quit.
physician.
Yeah.
Sorry, Laura, to talk over you. No,
yeah.
finish your question, please. Here
No, that was
in
it.
the audience.
In the end, I think what made you make this change, and you just answered that, it's an efficiency gain in your own system, but not you being paid for data. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I think you need both.
I agree. So as we close out here, this final panel of the day before I hand it over to Garrett, are we really talking about infrastructure, or are we talking about something deeper? I'll just throw that bomb out there and just let you run with it for a minute and 41 seconds. David, you can start, because you're so good.
I'm always big talker. I love the turns of phrase that we use in these conversations, because one of the ones that comes up all the time is an ecosystem. And an ecosystem is a living, breathing, constantly evolving environment. And that's what we have here. We used to say things like, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but that's not true either. It's not a marathon because it keeps on going, and we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of critical interests that we need to continue to explore and have open and honest conversations from that sense of curiosity, because none of us is exactly right, none of us is exactly wrong. We are just engaged in these conversations to be able to act in the best interests of our staff, our patients, clients, the American public generally, and I think there's a lot of room to continue to evolve as a clinical research industry, and that means that some hard conversations end up having to happen, and that's okay too.
And at Mayo, we always say the patient comes first. And so the question is not about infrastructure, it's what would the patient want? And if that could be our guiding principle.
I think that's I certainly vote for that, but maybe it's the structure that best helps us achieve that, and that's part people, part technology, sometimes part buildings, sometimes maybe apps or mobile vans. It's a lot of different pieces that we need to put together, perhaps differently, and different pieces we need to add. Rob.
Yeah, I think it was Martin earlier today said, build on what we've done, build on what we have. There are examples like recovery, which is a mindset, right? And others, pragmatic lung, that are like this trail of breadcrumbs that you can follow that do some of the things that we've been talking about, which reduce the burden of conducting a trial, which allow practitioners to participate in a research study without burden. And I think we need to think about, when we scale some of these things up, finding areas of low friction that not only answer a research question, but can be part of the learning lab for clinicians that want to learn clinical research.
I would just highlight your commentary, and that is, let's be more deliberate to democratize our use cases and our learning so that we can all, if you will, crawl, walk, run together.
Anastasia.
Absolutely, and I think I just would like to maybe close our discussion and also close the day today to putting a focus on patients. This is for what we're working, right? And that should be our guiding principle in everything what we do.
Well, I certainly thank you for that. Garrett,
So-
I now turn the room over to
Well,
you.
can I
Thank you,
just
panel.
add one comment? Can I just add one
Absolutely,
comment?
Laura.
Sure. I would just say
Yes.
that I think we have to reimagine clinical practice. It's time we're still practicing the way we did 50 years ago. And I think that I think physicians have to lead the charge to say, we want to be engaged in learning systems and tracking the impact of what we do, not just what we do. And I think that those changes would lead to the ability to integrate care and research. And I think the lesion in the system is what we do to interact with patients, interact with data, and generate the information that allows us to learn. So I think it's a wholesale change and in how we approach care and practice. And again, putting patients first.
Let me thank the gentle lady from
Thinking about what
California
we
for
do.
leading us out. Thank you all. Garrett.
Thank you.
I always say to colleagues that the closing remarks of the day is really the easiest part. It's going to be particularly easy after that phenomenal last session. And I'll make a point of keeping it brief because of it. Thank you, Donna, all of our panelists and moderators, not just now, but throughout the day. A few things, very few things that I'll highlight, again, based on how comprehensive and wonderful that closing was. Dr. Cavazzani, thank you for starting the way that you did. I think some of the remarks that you made carried through the day. It's time to move beyond pilots, using the example of the Frederick's ataxia approval, use of registries, single trial. We have real examples. Those examples carried through the day, with lots occurring in the last session. Thank heavens for it. As Pam reminded us, it's 7 years from pilot to true adoption and maybe 20 years for wholesale utilization. So good to see that we have so many examples. Also, right off the bat, Patricia brings up, efforts touching on facility inspections, perhaps some history of non-alignment between the inspectorate and program offices. Modernization efforts to improve exist. Kind of funny that David's on stage finishing it with the day. Although, truth be told, I've worked with him on these things for about 10 years, so I know he's always been in that camp. Couple other recurring themes, several participants mentioning that, innovative approaches, they've got to be fit for purpose. Often using hybrid approaches, incorporating aspects of decentralized trials, establishing point of care. Listen, it's use of QBD principles. We're talking about it constantly still. It's processes and principles that are well established, but they work best if we solicit early and legitimate input from patients. It's not a perfunctory exercise. Everybody here knows that. How do we expand it to the rest of the enterprise? Also, and it came through again so much through the end of the day, site staff and investigator burden and their input. It's critical. You're right, we do kind of have a human capital workforce crisis. Didn't necessarily think that was going to be the theme of the last session, but boy, did that come through. Community engagement and diversity, another theme of the day, and frankly, a lot of the efforts of the folks in this room for the last 10 years. Yes, we've had some gains. Think about the Corey efforts with infrastructure advancements, et cetera. But Janet's right. You know, we need to recognize the support needs and costs will be significant. Let's invest accordingly. We have to keep this up relentlessly. Thank you, Martin, for bringing up, and everybody else to the day. Nothing, beats a successful example. Again, we've got lots of them, not to replicate, but to replicate the mindset. It really is fantastic, though, thinking back 10 years ago, a lot of these topics, when it was seemingly almost purely conceptual, it's far beyond that now, but it's that relentless push to continue it. Last session, you know what? Nothing else to say beyond what's already been said. Thank you all for that. And then finally, I guess I'll kind of go back to the beginning too. Streamlining and quality aren't opposed. Innovation isn't about lowering substantial evidence standards. It's about more efficient means of obtaining data quality and servicing patients. Full stop. Before we leave today, I want to encourage all of you, both in the audience and on the panels, please continue to contribute comments to the FDA docket if you haven't already. It's open until April 19th. Those inputs so far have been rich and have serviced the kind of planning information of this meeting. FDA would be grateful to receive more. Folks in the audience, as Mark said in the beginning, please keep badges, reuse them if you're planning to attend day 2. There's no need for re-registering. We will not have reprinting services, so I, for one, need to make sure that I learn everybody's name that I don't know already. We will reconvene tomorrow a bit later, 12:30. 3 more great expert panels on global harmonization efforts, importance of public-private collaborations, and the future of clinical trial innovation. We'll wrap up tomorrow, much like today, at 5 p.m. Hope you'll all be here, whether it's in person or online. Thanks so much. Have a great night.